Have you ever felt a heaviness press down on your chest for no reason? A silence that speaks louder than words? A memory that returns, uninvited, pulling you back into the presence of someone you thought you left behind? It doesn't arrive with explanation. It arrives like a shadow, reminding you that certain bonds are not easily broken. The Stoics understood this well. They taught that nothing enters the soul without leaving an imprint. When two lives collide with intensity through love, betrayal, or conflict, something invisible lingers, not in the other person, but in you. The mind stores echoes, the body carries traces, and at times they rise unannounced, making you wonder if it is only your burden, or if somewhere, somehow, they feel it too. What many call coincidence, the Stoic would call reflection. Life holds up a mirror to your inner state, disguising it as an external sign, a song that plays at the exact moment you needed it, a glance that arrives just when you felt unseen. These are not messages from the universe. They are reminders of how entangled your soul still is. The world doesn't whisper secrets to you. It shows you where you are still vulnerable. And this is where the danger lies. Toxic people know how to stir those echoes. They know how to awaken old wounds in order to keep you bound. But wisdom gives you another path. By mastering yourself, you learn to read the signs, not as proof of connection, but as opportunities to reclaim your freedom. Stay with me. In the next moments, we'll uncover how to see through these subtle games, how to turn what once chained you into a source of strength. The signs are there if you dare to look with clarity. As we step into the first chapter, picture this. You wake one morning with a strange weight pressing on your chest. There is no storm outside, no argument behind you, no reason your mind can name. Yet there it is, heavy and uninvited. It lingers in the silence like an unanswered question. Have you ever felt that kind of shift? The kind that arrives out of nowhere and leaves you wondering if it even belongs to you. These moments are not accidents. They are signals from within, reflections of how deeply we are still tied to what has touched us before. The Stoics warned that nothing enters the soul without leaving a mark. We carry echoes even when we try to walk away. Now imagine sitting in a crowded room, voices buzzing all around you, yet suddenly you feel a surge of longing for someone who is not there. A memory cuts through the noise, sharp as glass. You tell yourself it makes no sense, but it doesn't let go. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. The reminder is simple but severe. What disturbs us is not the absence of others. It is our judgment, our desire, our clinging. When a sudden shift grips your chest, it is not proof of another person's presence. It is proof that your own attachment has not yet been mastered. I once knew a man who had fought in the wars of Rome. He returned home carrying not only scars on his body, but shadows in his soul. At night, he would jolt awake, certain he heard the cries of his brothers in battle. Yet the city was quiet. He swore their voices reached him across the miles. But when he spoke with a Stoic teacher, the answer he received cut to the bone. It is not their voices you hear. It is your own grief, unburied. The veteran wept, not because the truth was cruel, but because it freed him. He learned that what rose within him was not a haunting from outside, but a mirror of his own unrest. These waves, whether sadness, longing, or sudden joy, reveal something vital. They show us where we are unsteady. They expose the cracks in the fortress we thought we had built. And the Stoic path is not to chase them away with distraction, nor to romanticize them as messages from the universe. It is to meet them head-on. Seneca said, "The mind must be brought to dwell upon what is good, lest it be given over to evil." If you feel a sudden surge of darkness, it is your opportunity to redirect the mind, to strengthen the guard at your own gates. Picture yourself walking through the marketplace. All around, people barter, shout, and jostle. Out of nowhere, you feel as though someone has called your name, though no lips moved. The temptation is to search the crowd, to convince yourself that someone thought of you. The Stoic counsel is different. Look not to the crowd, but inward. Why were you ready to hear your name? Because part of you was already longing to be recognized. The shift did not come from others. It rose from you, and that is the battlefield where your strength is tested. I knew a woman who carried the ache of a broken love. Even after years had passed, she would wake some mornings seized by a sadness she could not explain. She swore she felt him near. She swore she could sense his unrest. But when she took her anguish to a philosopher, he asked her only one question. Does it matter whether he is restless, if you are still a prisoner to the same thought? In that moment, she saw it clearly. The enemy was not the absent man. The enemy was her own attachment, revived again and again like embers refusing to die. She began the long work of redirecting her mind, of training herself to feel the wave without being swept away by it. The truth is sharp but liberating. Sudden emotional shifts are not random, but neither are they mystical bonds to another soul. They are mirrors. They are the soul holding up a sign that says, "Here is where you are weak. Here is where you still bleed." And in that recognition lies the path forward. This is where the Stoics give us their most powerful weapon, awareness, to pause when the wave hits, to breathe, to ask, is this truly mine? Or am I surrendering to a story I keep telling myself? That pause is everything. In that pause, you wrest control back from the illusion. In that pause, you begin to reclaim your freedom. Think of a soldier training with weights heavier than his body can bear. The strain breaks him down only so he can grow stronger. In the same way, each unexpected surge of sadness or longing is a weight pressed upon the soul. It feels unbearable, but it is training. It shows you where you must fortify, where you must let go, where you must replace weakness with resilience. Epictetus once said, "When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger." The same principle applies here. When you are struck by sudden grief or longing, turn not outward to the absent person, but inward to your own heart. What does it reveal about you? What are you still holding? The disturbance is not proof of connection. It is proof of a chain you must break. I remember a time when I too felt these sudden shifts. I would walk through the city, calm, until a thought pierced me and left me hollow. For years, I mistook it as evidence that another still thought of me. But eventually I understood it was not their memory I felt. It was my own resistance to letting go. And once I accepted that, once I saw it clearly, the weight began to lift. So let me tell you this with all the weight of experience. When you feel that sudden heaviness, do not chase shadows. Do not convince yourself that it comes from another. Stand firm. Observe. Let the wave rise and fall. For what remains afterward is your strength. And this strength is not small. It is the seed of freedom. It is the quiet reminder that you are not ruled by unseen ties, but by the clarity of your own reason. Every sudden shift is a chance to sharpen that clarity. Every uninvited emotion is an invitation to practice mastery. Here, in these moments of disturbance, the true work of philosophy begins. not in the comfort of calm days, but in the storms that strike without warning. The question is never, "Why did this happen?" The question is always, "How will I stand in the face of it?" Hold on to this. The wave does not prove their presence. It proves your need for discipline. It proves the battlefield is still within. And when you win there, no shadow, no silence, no sudden weight can master you again. This is how the Stoic turns what feels like haunting into training, what feels like weakness into strength. And when the next surge comes, and it will, remember, you are not powerless. You are the guardian of your own mind. From here we move toward another kind of sign, one that seems to come not from within, but from the world itself, as though life conspires to mirror your thoughts. And there too lies a deeper lesson. Moving into the next chapter, imagine walking through the city lost in your own thoughts, when suddenly you catch sight of a word, a name, an image that pierces you like an arrow. It is the very thing you were thinking about only moments before. You freeze for a second, convinced that life itself has turned its eyes toward you. We call it coincidence. But deep down, it feels heavier than chance. It feels personal. Now imagine this happening again and again. You think of someone and their song plays on the radio. You try to let go, and the moment you do, a reminder appears on a billboard or in a passing conversation. Your heart says, "Surely this is a sign." But the Stoic would say, it is not the sign that matters. It is your readiness to see it. Life often mirrors our longings, not because the world bends to our will, but because the soul paints its own colors onto the canvas of reality. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. If your mind is steeped in sorrow, you will see sorrow everywhere. If you are filled with longing, even the simplest detail becomes proof that the universe is whispering back to you. The world has not changed, your perception has. This is why Stoicism insists we examine the lens through which we look at life. The danger is not that the world speaks in riddles. The danger is that we take our desires for truth. I once met a merchant who had lost his fortune. Every time he walked past the harbor, he swore the waves mocked him. He would hear the creak of ships and say, "The sea reminds me of my failure." In truth, the sea said nothing. The waves did what they always did. It was his own grief that turned ordinary sounds into messages. He was not cursed by the gods. He was haunted by his own mind. Only when he understood this could he finally walk the harbor without hearing voices that weren't there. Think of how easily we create omens. A candle flickers, and we call it a warning. A stranger glances our way, and we declare it a message. But Seneca warned us, we are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more from imagination than from reality. The flame is only fire. The glance is only chance. The rest is your mind weaving stories. If you're not careful, those stories will chain you tighter than any real enemy ever could. But here lies the opportunity. Every so-called coincidence is a mirror waiting to be studied. When you see that word, that name, that song, pause. Ask, what within me still clings so tightly that I read the world through its shadow? This pause is not denial. It is discipline. It is the choice to turn signs into training rather than shackles. Picture a traveler crossing a desert. The mirage ahead shimmers like water, pulling him forward with false promise. If he forgets it is an illusion, he wastes his strength chasing emptiness. But if he sees it as proof of his thirst, he understands himself more deeply and adjusts his path. Coincidences are the mirages of the soul. Chase them and you exhaust yourself. Study them and you grow wise. I once heard of a woman who carried the ache of betrayal. Every time she thought of her lost companion, she would stumble across reminders, letters, names, fragments of memory in unexpected places. She swore fate was speaking, but when she sat with a Stoic teacher, she was told, "It is not fate that speaks, it is your own wound, echoing in the silence." From then on, every sign became her teacher. She stopped asking, "Why does the world remind me?" and began asking, "Why do I still bleed?" That shift turned her torment into her liberation. Coincidences will come, they always do, but what you make of them is yours to decide. Epictetus said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. The sign is neutral, the judgment is not. And if you master your judgment, the sign loses its power to enslave you." This is the heart of Stoic freedom. The world may throw reflections before your eyes, but you are not compelled to worship them. You can observe them, acknowledge them, even learn from them without surrendering your peace. When you see the name, hear the song, or stumble upon the reminder, remember, it is not the universe that conspires. It is your soul, reminding you where the work is still unfinished. So do not fear coincidences, and do not chase them. See them for what they are, mirrors, not messages. They are not doors to hidden destiny. They are windows into your own heart. And when you learn to look through them with clarity instead of confusion, you will find strength where once you felt only weakness. Here's where the lesson sharpens. The signs outside you are nothing without the stories inside you. Break the story, and the sign breaks too. Keep the story, and the world will never stop echoing it back. The choice is yours. As you carry this truth, let the next so-called coincidence become your practice ground. Let it reveal not what the world is saying, but what you are still holding. Because once you master that, the world's reflections lose their chains. And from here, we turn to a deeper realm. The visions that come not while you walk the streets, but while you sleep. When the mind itself begins to speak in symbols too sharp to ignore. Advancing to the third chapter, think of the nights when the world finally falls quiet, yet your mind refuses to rest. The lamps go dark, the streets fall silent, but inside your chest, a theater begins to play. Images, faces, voices, some tender, some terrifying, rise, uninvited. You wake with your pulse racing, convinced you've lived another life in the hours you were meant to sleep. Have you ever wondered why a dream can feel sharper than memory, more vivid than the day you just lived? Dreams are the stage where your soul performs what your waking self refuses to face. The Stoics never worshipped dreams as prophecy, yet they paid attention. They knew that in the half-light of sleep, our attachments and fears reveal themselves without disguise. Marcus Aurelius confessed in his meditations that the mind paints images that show what it clings to most. When you dream of someone you've lost, it is not their spirit crossing the distance to find you. It is your own heart refusing to let go. The message is not about them, the message is about you. Now imagine a soldier, hardened by battle, lying down to rest. He has fought with steel in his hand, but when sleep comes, he dreams of blood. He wakes in a cold sweat, certain he's being haunted by the souls of the dead. Yet, when he brought this torment to a Stoic teacher, the answer he received stripped away illusion. What you fear at night is what you carry by day. Lay down the burden, and the ghosts will vanish. The dream was not a curse. It was a mirror. This is where the lesson cuts deep. The unconscious is not a mystical chamber locked away from reason. It is simply the part of you that keeps accounts, that refuses to forget what you will not face. Epictetus said, What upsets people is not things themselves, but their judgments about things. The same is true of dreams. They do not disturb you. Your refusal to confront their meaning does. I knew a woman who dreamed again and again of standing at a doorway where no one let her in. She told herself it was fate, that someone was calling her back. But when she examined her life, she saw the truth. She had been waiting years for recognition from people who would never give it. Her mind staged her disappointment each night because she would not face it by day. Once she admitted the truth, the dream lost its teeth. She still dreamed, but now she understood. The door was never theirs to open. It was hers to walk away from. Dreams, then, are practice grounds. They rehearse your fears. They play out your attachments. They expose where you are chained. Seneca once said, "A man who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary." When you wake shaking from a nightmare, ask yourself, have I not suffered twice, once in the dream, and again by believing it means more than it does? The Stoic answer is not to ignore dreams, but to strip them of false power. They are guides, not gods. Picture a fire. By day you control it, feed it, contain it. By night, when you turn away, the embers still glow. So it is with the emotions you deny. You may silence them in the daylight, but when your guard drops, they burn through the cracks. Your dreams are the smoke that tells you something still smolders within. If you want them to change, tend to the fire, not the smoke. At times, the soul will even speak in symbols. You dream of falling, and in truth it is your fear of failure. You dream of searching, and it is your longing for what you refuse to accept is gone. The symbol is not a code from the gods. It is a shorthand written by your own heart. The Stoics tell us to learn this language, not to predict the future, but to take responsibility for the present. Once I spoke to a man who dreamed of storms night after night. He said it was a warning of disasters to come. But his teacher told him, the storm is not in the sky, it is in you. Learn to calm your waters, and your nights will follow. And he did, not by praying the storms away, but by disciplining his thoughts, by mastering his reactions. Slowly, the storms passed, not because the world changed, but because he did. So, if you dream of someone you cannot forget, take it as proof of where your heart still clings. If you dream of loss, see it as training, a rehearsal for letting go. If you dream of triumph, take it as encouragement, a reminder of what your soul believes you can still achieve. But in every case, the dream is not prophecy, it is reflection. The power lies not in interpreting the dream, but in choosing how you will live once you wake. Here is the Stoic challenge. Do not dismiss your dreams and do not worship them. Use them. Let them tell you what you still fear. Let them show you what you still desire. Then, with eyes open, face those truths in daylight. That is how you turn the haunting of night into the discipline of day. And when you learn to do this, a dream no longer rules you. It becomes a tool, a message, yes, but not from another soul or some hidden fate. It is a message from your own reason, reminding you where the work remains undone. This is why the Stoic path is so liberating. Nothing in the night can enslave you if you refuse to bow to illusions. Nothing that rises from the dark can master you if you stand firm in the light. Remember this, what you carry by day will return by night. Master one, and you master both. At this stage, you begin to see how the body itself joins the chorus, how your chest tightens, how your breath shortens, how your skin reacts when old bonds are stirred. And it is there, in the body's silent testimony, that the next lesson waits. Here's where the body itself begins to testify. You're walking down the street, calm and collected, when out of nowhere your chest tightens, your breath shortens. A sudden weight grips you, though nothing around you has changed. It feels as though someone invisible has stepped into the room of your soul. The question strikes, is this random, or is something deeper at play? The Stoics knew the body often betrays what the mind tries to hide. Seneca said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." That sudden rush, that pressure in your ribs, may not be danger outside. It may be the residue of a thought, an old wound, a memory surfacing in silence. The body does not lie. It reveals what you carry, even when your lips insist you are fine. Now imagine a soldier, years removed from battle, lifting a cup of wine in a quiet tavern. Laughter fills the air. He smiles, but as the door creaks open, his pulse surges. His hand trembles. He swears an enemy has entered, yet no one stares at him. The threat is not real, it lives within. His body reacts not to the stranger in the doorway, but to the ghosts he still harbors. The Stoic lesson is sharp. Until you confront what haunts you, your body will bear the burden. We often mistake these shifts as signs that others are thinking of us, reaching for us, pulling us with unseen strings. But the truth is harsher and freer. The chest tightens because the heart still clings. The breath shortens because the mind resists letting go. Epictetus warned, "When you are offended at any man's fault, turn to yourself and study your own failings. Then you will forget your anger." Apply the same principle here. When your body convulses with sudden emotion, do not ask, "Who caused this?" Ask instead, "What in me has not yet healed?" I knew a man who could never cross the marketplace without breaking into sweat. He insisted it was because his former lover worked nearby, that her presence was choking him, though he never saw her face. But when guided through reflection, he found the truth. It wasn't her. It was the shame he still carried, the story he told himself about his worth. The body trembled not at her shadow, but at his own judgment. Once he faced that, the market became only a market again. This is where discipline must meet compassion. You cannot control the first surge, the quickened heart, the sudden ache, but you can master your response. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your judgment about it." The body gives you the first note, but the mind decides the song. If you let the surge define you, it becomes a storm. If you meet it with awareness, it becomes a signal, nothing more. Think of the body like a loyal messenger. When you ignore your unrest, it knocks. When you deny it, it pounds on the door. When you resist, it breaks through in tremors and aches. The message is always the same. Something inside seeks to be acknowledged. Do not curse the messenger, read the letter. The body speaks because the soul has not been heard. There was once a woman who swore she felt the presence of her lost husband every time the wind moved through the trees. She would gasp, her chest collapsing as though his spirit brushed past her. Yet the philosopher she spoke to told her, "It is not his spirit. It is your longing. The wind carries only air. It is you who fill it with meaning." She wept, not from despair, but from release. From then on, the wind was just wind, and her breath was her own again. Here lies the power of Stoicism. We learn to separate what is within our control from what is not. You cannot stop the body from remembering, from echoing the past. But you can stop yourself from worshipping those echoes as truth. You can stop yourself from letting a tight chest become a prison. This is the difference between slavery and freedom. The next time your body betrays you, do not run from it. Do not chase it as if it were a supernatural sign. Pause, feel it, let it rise and fall without judgment. Then ask, what belief am I still holding that allows this to shake me? If you can answer honestly, you will not only calm your body, you will reclaim your soul. Think of the oak tree in a storm. The wind thrashes, the branches creak, the leaves scatter, but the trunk remains. So too with the human spirit. The body will shake, the breath will falter, but the core can remain unmoved if you remember that the storm is not outside, it is inside. And what is inside can be trained. Here's the hard truth. Your body will not always obey your wishes. It remembers pain. It reacts before reason. But you are not your pulse. You are not your tremor. You are not your shallow breath. You are the one who observes, the one who decides, and in that decision lies unbreakable power. So when the next wave comes, when the chest seizes, when the stomach knots, when the shiver races down your skin, welcome it. Say, here is my chance. Use it as a reminder that the work is not finished, but it can be. That you're not at the mercy of unseen forces. That freedom begins the moment you take ownership of your own reaction. At this stage, the lesson deepens. Beyond the body's testimony and the soul's unrest, the world itself seems to join the chorus, repeating numbers, recurring signs, moments that appear too precise to be random. And in those echoes, another trial of perception awaits. From here, the world itself seems to conspire with your mind. You think of someone, and the very next moment their name flickers on a screen, a song tied to them drifts from the radio, or a stranger utters a phrase that cuts straight to your wound. It feels orchestrated. It feels too sharp to be random. And so you whisper to yourself, this must mean something. Now imagine you are walking alone at dusk, determined to move on from what once bound you. You breathe deeply, telling yourself the past is finished. Then, as if summoned by your very resistance, you stumble upon a sign, a poster, a word, an object that drags you back into memory. The temptation is to call it fate. But the Stoics would ask, who gave that sign its meaning? Was it the universe, or was it you? Marcus Aurelius wrote, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. If your inner world is steeped in longing, the world outside will mirror it everywhere you look. The sign is not destiny. The sign is reflection. What you see is less about what life is telling you, and more about what your own soul is still unwilling to release. I once knew a merchant who lost everything in a fire. For months afterward, whenever he saw smoke rising from a chimney, his stomach twisted. He swore it was a warning that disaster would strike again. But when he brought his torment to a philosopher, the reply was simple and unflinching. It is not the smoke that wounds you. It is your memory of what it means. The man realized he had mistaken an image for a prophecy. The smoke was just smoke. His mind had done the rest. This is the danger with signs. They are real, but their meaning is not fixed. One person sees a bird fly overhead and calls it a curse. Another sees the same bird and calls it a blessing. The bird itself remains indifferent. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. The sign is neutral. The judgment is everything. And yet, here is where the opportunity lies. These recurring symbols, these so-called coincidences, can serve you if you use them rightly. They are not proof of a bond you cannot escape. They are mirrors showing you where your attachments are strongest. Every time the world seems to whisper a name you want to forget, take it as training. Every time the same number, the same song, the same phrase repeats, ask yourself, what part of me is still unsteady, still reaching for meaning in shadows? Think of a traveler in the desert. He sees mirages of water shimmering in the distance. If he chases them, he collapses. But if he sees them for what they are, he learns something vital. His thirst is not yet quenched. The mirage is not his enemy. It is his teacher. So it is with the signs you stumble upon. They are not there to direct your life. They are there to reveal where you still thirst. I once spoke with a woman haunted by the loss of her brother. Everywhere she went, she saw his name, in books, in conversations, even carved into the wood of an old bench. She told me she believed he was trying to reach her, but as she reflected, she saw the truth. It was her own grief calling out, refusing to be silenced. Once she named it, once she allowed herself to grieve in daylight, the signs lost their grip. The world stopped echoing what she no longer clung to. Here's the hard lesson. You cannot always stop the signs from appearing, but you can decide what weight to give them. If you treat them as destiny, you remain enslaved. If you treat them as mirrors, you grow. The signs do not bind you. Your interpretation does. Seneca wrote, "Life is very short and anxious for those who forget the past, neglect the present, and fear the future." Every time you assign divine weight to a coincidence, you neglect the present. You let imagination steal your peace. But when you strip the sign of its illusion, you reclaim the moment. You return to what is real, and in that reality, you are unshakable. So the next time you hear the song, see the number, or stumble across the name, do not ask, "What does this mean for my fate?" Ask instead, "What does this reveal about me?" The sign is not a chain around your ankle. It is a compass pointing toward the work you must still do. And when you begin to see signs this way, something extraordinary happens. The world no longer feels like a trap of hidden messages. It becomes your training ground. Every coincidence becomes a weight you lift, every symbol a mirror you face, every repetition a reminder of your own resilience. This is how the Stoic outsmarts both illusion and manipulation. By refusing to surrender to what lies outside, and by mastering the one thing that is always his judgment. When you learn this, the world may shout with signs, but you walk forward in silence, unshaken. When sudden weight presses on your chest, when dreams speak louder than daylight, when silences stir your heart, remember, they are not chains binding you to another soul. They are mirrors, showing where you still cling, where you still long, where you still bleed. Peace is never found in chasing omens. It is born in choosing how you respond to them. Accept with clarity, and you are transformed. Resist blindly, and you remain enslaved. From this ground of self-mastery, another truth rises. Beyond unseen ties and inner tremors lies a force even greater, how you carry yourself in the open world. Many live unaware of the quiet gravity they radiate, the presence that commands attention without a single word. That is where the path leads next, into the hidden signs of authentic strength and silent confidence, and why they shape how others respond to you more than you realize. Advancing now, let us speak of presence, the kind that unsettles the room before a word is spoken. You've seen it before. A man who is usually sure of himself begins to stumble. His voice cracks. His gestures betray a nervous edge. He touches his collar, shifts in his seat, or suddenly runs out of things to say. To the untrained eye, it looks like disinterest, but in truth, it is the opposite. He is rattled, not because you are small, but because you are greater than he expected. Now imagine walking into a space where no one knows your name. You say nothing, and yet someone across the room avoids your gaze, his composure breaking. This is not about you performing, it is about you being. The Stoics would call this the weight of virtue. It is the aura of self-respect, of inner discipline, of one who does not chase validation. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When your inner world is strong, when you carry yourself with clarity, others sense it in their bones. Some admire it, some tremble before it. There is a story of a general who entered a banquet hall filled with rivals. He carried no sword, only silence. Yet the men around him lowered their voices, shifted their seats, laughed too loudly to cover their discomfort. His calm was his shield, his self-possession, his weapon. He did not intimidate them with words. He unsettled them with the stillness of a man who did not need their approval. You too carry that same possibility. But here is where many falter. When others grow nervous, they mistake it for rejection. They dim their light. They soften their posture. They apologize for existing. Do not fall into this trap. Seneca warned us. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Every moment you shrink for the comfort of others, you waste the chance to stand firm in who you are. Their unease is not your flaw, it is the echo of your strength. Let me share another image. Picture a seasoned speaker, confident on stage, until a single person enters the crowd. That one presence makes him lose his rhythm, his hands twitch, his words falter. Why? Not because he's forgotten how to speak, but because something in that presence pierced through his guard. This is the quiet power you may not even realize you wield. A power not of manipulation, but of authenticity. The Stoic way is not to boast of it nor to deny it. It is to acknowledge it with humility and guard it with discipline. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, then adorn yourself accordingly." When you notice others stumbling in your presence, see it as confirmation. You do not need to play small. You do not need to make excuses for the discomfort you cause. Stand steady. Their reaction belongs to them. Your steadiness belongs to you. And yet, this unsettled energy is not limited to the nervous laugh or the trembling hand. Sometimes it appears in more confusing ways. A man may pursue you fiercely, shower you with attention, and then vanish without explanation. Days later, he returns as if nothing happened. You wonder if he is playing games, if he is insincere. But often the truth is simpler. He was overwhelmed. True strength exposes the cracks in others. They flee not from disinterest, but from intensity. And when they return, it is not because you begged, but because your presence never left their mind. I recall a craftsman who built ships. He told me once that when the tide rose too high, even the strongest vessels retreated to calmer waters. Not because they could not sail, but because the surge was too powerful to face unprepared. People behave the same way. When they pull away, it is often their own lack of readiness, not your lack of worth. The tide is not guilty for rising. It simply is. Here lies the practical lesson. When others falter in your presence, do not chase after them. Do not explain yourself into weakness. Let them gather themselves. Let them decide if they are ready to meet you where you stand. Your task is not to soften so they can remain comfortable. Your task is to remain whole. Think of the mountain. Climbers attempt its slopes with trembling legs. Some turn back halfway, others conquer the peak. But the mountain does not bend lower to ease their fear. It does not apologize for its height. It stands unmoved and lets each traveler reveal his own measure. You are that mountain. Do not lower yourself. And in this, there is quiet freedom. You will see men hesitate, stumble, retreat, even contradict themselves in your orbit. Do not let it confuse you. Do not twist it into self-doubt. Their nervousness is not a verdict against you. It is proof of the silent weight you carry. Accept it as the Stoic accepts the shifting of the seasons. Calm, observant, or unmoved. Here's the truth. You don't need to raise your voice to command attention. You don't need to demand respect to receive it. Sometimes your very existence, your unshaken stillness, is enough to reveal who around you is steady and who is not. And when you hold that ground, you become unforgettable. So when you see the trembling hands, the second guessing, the sudden withdrawal, remember, this is not your weakness. It is your strength reflected back. Stay steady. Let them come and go. Let your calm be louder than their confusion. If this message speaks to you, take a moment to subscribe and in the comments write one word: steady. It's a reminder that strength is not in noise, but in presence. From here, the path continues. Beyond nervous stumbles and retreating steps lies another language, even more subtle: the eyes that linger, the smiles that slip unbidden, the unspoken signs that reveal what words cannot. Moving into the next reflection, we find ourselves in the quiet language of eyes and smiles. No words, no rehearsed gestures, only the involuntary betrayals of attention. A second glance that lingers longer than it should. A smile that slips free before reason has time to cage it. These are not accidents. They are signals, as subtle as the wind that bends the grass, as undeniable as the tide that pulls the shore. Think about the times you've walked through a crowded street, unnoticed in your own mind, yet felt the unmistakable pull of someone turning back to look again. Not once, but twice. That second look matters. The first may be curiosity. The second is confession. It is the silent admittance that something about you interrupted the flow of their day. And the truth is, you didn't try. You didn't pose. You didn't announce yourself. You simply were, and it was enough. The Stoics would call this the mark of a soul in harmony with itself. Nothing forced, nothing extravagant, yet impossible to ignore. Now picture a smile, sudden and unearned. A stranger at the market. A man on the train. He knows nothing of your story, yet his face betrays the warmth you radiate. That smile is not a favor to you. It is a reflection of the calm, the dignity, the presence you carry without noticing. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In the same way, it is not what you wear or how carefully you prepare, but how you inhabit yourself that others react to. The smile they give is a reaction to the steadiness they feel in you. There's an old tale of a teacher who walked through the marketplace every morning. He never spoke much, he never sought attention. Yet vendors swore that when he passed, the chaos softened. Voices lowered, tempers eased. One day a boy asked, "Master, why does the world calm when you appear?" The teacher replied, "Because I do not bring my storm into it." This is the essence of your unspoken magnetism. When you do not add noise, you become the contrast. And in a world addicted to noise, silence glows. But here's the test. Will you notice? Too often people miss these signs because they are buried in their own doubts, heads down, eyes on their phones, believing they must do more to deserve attention. Meanwhile, the second glance has already confessed what words cannot. The smile has already admitted the truth. You are felt, even in passing. The Stoics remind us to measure not by clamor, but by calm. Seneca once wrote, We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. In the same way, many fear they are unseen, unvalued, unattractive, while in reality they are being felt deeply and silently. Your task is not to chase proof, but to become aware, to see what is already there. There is also danger here. If you base your worth on those glances and smiles, you will live like a beggar at the table of others' approval. One day they look, the next they do not, and suddenly your peace is gone. The Stoic way is different. Notice these signals, yes, but do not cling to them. They are not the source of your strength. They are the echoes of it. A shadow cast by the fire within. Imagine a candle in a dark hall. It does not scream for recognition. It burns, and the eyes of others are drawn to it because darkness has no answer to light. You are that candle, not because you forced the flame, but because you protected it from the winds of doubt. So the next time a stranger looks back twice, or a smile finds its way to you unbidden, do not dismiss it. Do not overthink it either. See it for what it is, a reminder that presence cannot be hidden, that calm cannot be counterfeited, and that authentic energy speaks louder than crafted performance. The greatest power is not in being noticed, it is in being unforgettable without trying. And those glances, those smiles, are the quiet proof. Here's where the lesson deepens. If silent signals carry such weight, what happens when people seek you out deliberately, even for the smallest of reasons? That is where we turn next. Here's where the path takes a sharper turn, into the realm of hidden pursuits and subtle excuses. Picture this. A man who rarely speaks to you suddenly invents a reason to ask a trivial question, something he could easily solve himself, yet somehow it becomes urgent to bring it to you. On the surface, it's nothing, but beneath, it's a quiet admission. I want to be near you, but I don't know how. Now imagine a steady rhythm of such encounters, a text that doesn't need to be sent, a favor that isn't really necessary, a comment made just to spark a reply. These are not grand gestures, they are shadows reaching toward the flame. The Stoics would tell us, do not judge by appearances, but by intention. And the intention here is simple, to draw closer without confessing the pull directly. This can confuse the untrained heart. You may dismiss it as coincidence, or worse, you may doubt yourself, believing you imagine things. But wisdom asks you to look carefully. A man who feels out of his depth often disguises his desire in small errands. Why? Because silence in your presence feels heavier than words. And so he fills the air with questions, hoping to hide the tremor of his spirit. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If someone repeatedly colors his actions with reasons to orbit your life, it is not the task that matters. It is the thought behind it. You are already occupying his inner world. His errands are merely the dye bleeding through. But here lies the greater lesson. Do not let these gestures dictate your worth. It is easy to mistake someone's pursuit, clumsy and indirect, for proof that you must be valuable. Yet the Stoic mind resists such chains. Your value is not confirmed by who seeks your presence, but by the discipline with which you hold your ground. Their attention is their choice. Your dignity is yours. Think of the tree in the courtyard. Birds land, birds leave. Some stay longer, some only a moment. The tree does not bow lower to invite them, nor does it break itself when they depart. It stands, rooted. That is how you must be when others circle around you with flimsy reasons. Acknowledge it, yes. Smile at it, perhaps. But remain grounded in yourself, unmoved by the passing flutter of wings. I recall a story of a scholar whose students often lingered long after lessons, asking needless questions. One day, a visitor asked, "Why do they not leave when the teaching is over?" The scholar replied, "Because they do not come only for knowledge, they come for presence. You may carry that same quiet drawer. People may invent errands just to stand in your orbit. This is not arrogance. It is recognition that energy cannot be hidden. Yet beware of one danger: flattery of the ego. When others chase you in such subtle ways, it is tempting to feed on it, to believe you are more complete because of their pursuit. But a mind that feeds on praise is never full. Seneca warned, "He is most powerful who has power over himself." The true measure is not how many come seeking you, but how firmly you can remain undistracted when they do. Let me tell you something harder. Some will approach you out of genuine admiration. Others will do it out of envy or to test the ground. Their motives are not always clean. That is why you must practice discernment. Not every shadow reaching for your light deserves to be welcomed. The Stoic approach is simple: receive without hunger, respond without pride, observe without being captured. Think of the warrior walking through a crowded marketplace. He is approached by many: merchants with offers, beggars with pleas, flatterers with empty praise. He does not stop at every call, nor does he ignore them with arrogance. He listens, he discerns, and he keeps walking toward his purpose. That balance is what you must carry when people seek you out with insignificant reasons. Do not be hardened, but do not be swayed. And here is the paradox. Those trivial excuses may reveal more truth than grand confessions. For in their hesitation, their nervous laugh, their needless question, they show what words often fail to admit. They feel your weight. They sense your presence. They long to be near it. But your task is not to decode every gesture. Your task is to remain whole, whether they stand beside you or not. So remember this: when someone repeatedly invents reasons to step into your space, see it for what it is. Not proof that you are lacking, but proof that you are enough. And like the mountain that does not move when climbers gather at its base, your power lies not in the attention you receive, but in the steadiness with which you hold yourself. From here, the journey leads us into darker waters. For not all who notice your light will admire it. Some will resent it. Some will seek to dim it. And it is there, in the sting of unprovoked criticism, that another lesson in strength awaits. Advancing to the next chapter, we step into the storm that often follows quiet radiance, the sting of unprovoked criticism. Imagine this: you walk into a room carrying nothing but your natural self. You haven't spoken a word, yet someone glares, whispers, or offers a backhanded remark. Their reaction seems sharp, almost hostile, though you've done nothing to invite it. This is not coincidence. It is the discomfort of those who see in you what they fear they lack in themselves. Now think of the times you felt this. You dressed simply, you spoke kindly, you tried to blend into the crowd. Still, someone found a reason to tear you down. They said you were too much, too confident, too quiet, too polished, too something. The truth? They were not speaking about you. They were confessing their own unease. As Seneca once wrote, "We are often more troubled by opinions than by events themselves. Their opinion is their burden, not your truth." Let's step into an image. A flame burns in a dark chamber. Some gather to it for warmth. Others shield their eyes from its brightness. The flame has not changed. It simply burns. Your presence works the same way. To those who live in shadows, your light is unbearable. They will call it arrogance, even when it is only steadiness. They will call it vanity, even when it is only dignity. They will call it pride, even when it is only calm self-respect. Here's where the Stoic voice cuts through the noise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "If someone despises me, that is their concern. Mine is not to be found doing or saying anything contemptible. Your task is not to silence critics. It is to remain unshaken by their noise. Their bitterness is proof of their wounds, not of your flaws." Picture the athlete in the arena. The crowd cheers, but in the same crowd, voices jeer. Both sounds meet his ears, but neither builds his strength. His strength comes from the hours unseen, the discipline carried in silence, the training endured alone. In the same way, your worth is not built by the applause or destroyed by the insults of others. It is forged in the unseen discipline of your inner life. Moving deeper, notice how criticism often arrives when you are least trying. You didn't seek the spotlight, yet eyes found you. You didn't compete, yet someone decided you were a rival. This is because presence unsettles those who measure themselves constantly against others. A woman who walks steadily, who does not scramble for validation, reveals the restlessness of those still enslaved to comparison. Your calm becomes their torment, and so they strike, not because you wrong them, but because your mere being exposes their storm. Do not fall into the trap of defending yourself against every petty dart. The Stoics warned against fighting shadows. Epictetus said, "If anyone speaks badly of you, do not defend yourself against his accusations, but reply, 'You do not know my other faults, or you would not have mentioned only these.'" This is not sarcasm, it is clarity. You disarm criticism not by denial, but by showing it cannot wound you. The more unbothered you stand, the less power their words carry. I recall the story of a traveler who carried clear water in a jar. Along the road, people scoffed. Some said the jar was too heavy. Others said the water looked impure. The traveler only smiled and kept walking. At the end of the journey, when thirst struck the same critics, they realized the water remained clear, untouched by their opinions. So it is with you. What you carry inside matters more than the voices around you. But here lies the temptation: to dim yourself so others won't attack, to lower your gaze, to speak less boldly, to make yourself small just to ease their discomfort. Resist this. To deny your presence for the comfort of the insecure is to betray the gift you've been entrusted with. A flame that hides itself in ashes serves no one. As Marcus wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." The answer to envy is not shrinking, it is remaining steady, refusing to join their pettiness. Ask yourself, how many moments in your life have you swallowed your truth, muted your laughter, softened your walk, only to avoid being misunderstood? And what did it cost you? Each time you made yourself less, you left behind a piece of your freedom. Freedom is not found in pleasing others. Freedom is in standing whole, even when others whisper. From here, the Stoic insight sharpens. Criticism is a mirror, but not of you. It is a mirror of the one who throws it. Their words reveal their hunger, their emptiness, their hidden war. Your task is to see the reflection clearly and refuse to carry their battle inside your chest. They are fighting themselves. You are not their opponent. At this stage, let us return to the marketplace image. You stand in the square, moving through the crowd. Some greet you with smiles, others with frowns. The same person may praise you today, curse you tomorrow. If your peace depends on their shifting moods, you will live chained to the crowd. But if your peace comes from within, their cheers and their jeers pass like wind through an open field. They cannot touch you. So the next time unprovoked criticism finds you, pause. Do not rush to defend. Do not crumble. Ask yourself, is this truly about me or about them? 9 times out of 10, you already know the answer. Smile if you can. Walk on if you must. Above all, remain rooted. The world tests those who shine, and the brighter your presence, the more some will try to dim it. But this is no reason to fear. It is reason to stand taller. For when false words meet unshaken calm, they crumble on their own. Hold this truth: your strength is not proven by the absence of critics, but by your serenity in their presence. Let them speak, let them sneer, and let your silence answer louder than any defense. And from here we turn to another revelation. For while some will criticize openly, others will hide their awe in subtler gestures, a smile they cannot suppress, a lingering glance they cannot explain. It is there, in those quiet admissions, that the next lesson waits. Entering this next truth, we find ourselves in a quieter corner of life, an ordinary street, a marketplace, a bus ride. You are simply moving through your day, carrying no intention to impress, when suddenly a stranger offers you a smile. Not a calculated gesture, not an invitation to conversation, just a spontaneous smile, as if something about your presence sparked warmth in them. That small moment tells a larger story. Why would a person who owes you nothing feel compelled to smile? The Stoics would say it is because virtue, dignity, and calm are visible. They radiate, they move through the air like heat rising from fire. You don't need to announce them. Others sense them, sometimes even before you sense them yourself. Now imagine this. You step into a room and you don't rush to dominate it. You don't throw your voice into every space or compete for attention. Yet eyes follow you. Someone straightens their posture. Someone else softens, caught in a brief moment of admiration. They might not even understand why, but they feel something steady, a gravity that doesn't shout but pulls. This is the mark of authentic presence, the kind of presence that needs no decoration because it flows from inner composure. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, the best revenge is to be unlike your enemy. In the same way, the best testimony of your worth is to carry yourself without pretense. Others may chase approval, others may scramble for recognition, but when you walk rooted in your own center, recognition comes uninvited. Even in silence, even in stillness, it arrives. Let's step into a story. A man once entered the forum dressed in simple clothes, his posture unremarkable, his hands carrying nothing of wealth. Yet, as he crossed the space, people looked twice. Not because of his garments, but because of the way he moved, with steadiness, as if he owed the world no explanation. Later, when asked who he was, someone replied, "I don't know his name, but I know he is not ordinary." This is the power of presence. It is not about what is seen, but about what is felt. At this stage, you must understand, those smiles from strangers, those lingering glances, those quiet shifts in atmosphere are not accidents. They are reflections. They reveal the invisible discipline you've built in private, your ability to remain calm in storms, your refusal to betray your dignity, your quiet command of yourself. The world feels it, even if it cannot name it. Seneca once wrote, "A great man is always little in his own eyes." In other words, we often underestimate our impact. You may believe you are just walking, just speaking, just existing, yet others are moved. They see in you what you overlook in yourself, a certain steadiness, a certain spark. And this is why strangers smile, why rooms quiet down, why conversations pause. Because presence is not hidden. It seeps through even when you think you are invisible. From here, the Stoic lesson becomes sharper. Do not chase these signs. Do not adjust yourself to extract them. For the moment you seek them, you lose them. They are strongest when you forget yourself, when you act from inner clarity rather than outer hunger. The man or woman who lives for applause bends with every crowd, but the one who lives from principle stands firm, and the world cannot help but notice. Here's where the danger lies: to mistake attention for worth, to begin shaping yourself according to smiles and glances, to measure your value by the reaction of strangers. The Stoics warned against this trap. Epictetus said, "If you seek the applause of men, you make yourself their slave. Let the smile come, but do not become addicted to it. Let the attention arrive, but remain free from it." The real strength is not in being noticed, but in not needing to be noticed. Now imagine another scene. A woman walks home after a long day. She feels tired, uncertain, doubting her place in the world. As she crosses the street, a stranger looks up and smiles. For a moment, her doubt fades. She remembers that her presence, unnoticed by herself, still carries weight. That simple smile is a reminder. She is seen. She matters. Not because she chased it, but because it radiated naturally. That is how virtue works. It blesses others without even trying. So, when people smile at you for no reason, accept it as a reminder, not as a prize. A reminder that the discipline of your inner life is not wasted, that your effort to remain grounded, to walk with dignity, to live with clarity, is not invisible. The world feels it, sometimes in envy, sometimes in hostility, but also, often, in quiet admiration. Moving deeper, let us remember the words of Marcus Aurelius. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. The same is true for presence. Waste no time seeking proof of your impact. Live with clarity, and the proof will show itself in ways you never planned. A smile, a glance, a silence that grows heavier because you are there. These are not accidents. They are signals that you are aligned with yourself, and the world responds to that alignment. Do not let this make you arrogant. The Stoic path is never about inflating the self. It is about remembering that what you radiate comes from what you cultivate inside. If your mind is scattered, your presence will be restless. If your mind is clear, your presence will be calm. And calm is magnetic. Calm is unforgettable. Calm is strength. Here is the final truth in this lesson. When the world offers you these small reflections, smiles, glances, quiet acknowledgements, accept them with gratitude, but keep walking. Do not stop to feed on them. Do not build your life around them. Let them confirm what you already know, that the real victory is not in being admired, but in mastering yourself. And as we close this chapter, let us look ahead. For not every reflection is gentle. Some gazes linger too long, even when they should not. Some acknowledgements come from places that are forbidden, from hearts already bound elsewhere. And in that tension lies another test, one that reveals even more about the power you carry and the responsibility that comes with it. Advancing into this next lesson, the scene shifts again. Imagine scrolling through your days, posting something simple, a picture without polish, a thought without effort, and then watching as the responses flow in, not because you tried to capture attention, not because you bent yourself to impress, but because something in you speaks louder than the surface. That is presence. That is power. And it is often felt by others long before it is believed by you. The Stoics would call this the fruit of discipline. What you cultivate in silence appears in ways you cannot predict. It may arrive as attention from strangers, as whispers behind your back, as messages from people drawn in by something they cannot name. They think it is your image. They think it is your tone. But what they are sensing is the alignment of your inner life with your outer steps. When those two become one, the world feels it. Here's where we must pause and ask, how do you hold this attention without becoming its prisoner? Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that fame is emptiness, noise after death. If you chase it, it eats you alive. But if it comes uninvited, let it be nothing more than a mirror. Do not bow to it. Do not feed on it. Stand firm. Now imagine this. A young woman posts a photo of her walking home from work. She is not styled for admiration. She is not fishing for praise. Yet the comments arrive, some respectful, some intrusive, all acknowledging something in her that stands out. She does not see it. She even doubts it. But the response reminds her of a deeper truth. Others see what we are blind to in ourselves. The discipline of character, the calm carried through her gaze, the dignity in her movements. That is what reaches through the screen. At this stage, the Stoic challenge appears. Do not mistake the crowd's reaction for proof of your worth. Proof lies in action, in the way you rise each morning, in how you govern your tongue when insulted, in how you hold fast to reason when temptation beckons. The applause, the likes, the stares, those are echoes. The substance is what you are when no one is looking. Seneca said, "A good character, once established, is not easily overthrown." The test, then, is not how others respond to you. It is how you respond to their response. Think of the warrior in the arena. The crowd roars, sometimes in admiration, sometimes in hatred. He does not rise or fall with their noise. He looks only to the discipline of his craft, the steadiness of his hand, the clarity of his purpose. In the same way, you must carry your presence without letting it be stolen by the judgments of others. Take their smiles, their whispers, even their envy, and let them pass like wind across stone. From here, let's step into another truth. Sometimes this attention makes others afraid. They sense in you a fire they cannot control. They pull back, not because you are unworthy, but because you are too much for their unsettled hearts. And you will be tempted to shrink yourself, to dim the light so others feel safe around you. Resist that. The Stoics never taught shrinking. They taught mastery. And mastery is not about reducing your glow. It is about controlling where you shine it. Picture a lantern carried through a dark street. Its light falls on walls, on windows, on strangers who pass by. Some will welcome it, others will curse it. But the lantern does not change its flame to please each passerby. It simply burns, steady and true. So must you. Here's where the lesson sharpens. When you are noticed without effort, when your presence pulls eyes and reactions you did not seek, it is easy to fall into pride. Easy to start shaping yourself for the crowd. But pride is a chain. Once you bend toward it, you no longer stand on your own. The Stoic way is different. Accept the reflection with calm. Return to your work. Return to your practice. Return to what cannot be taken away, the discipline of your mind, the steadiness of your spirit, the virtue of your choices. Now imagine another story. A man once told me he could never understand why people seemed drawn to his friend. She was not the most striking in appearance, not the loudest voice in the room, not the one adorned in jewels or titles. Yet everywhere they went, eyes followed her. Strangers smiled, conversations paused. Her absence was felt when she left, and he realized the secret. She lived without the hunger for approval. She did not chase, she simply was, and that is rare. This is where the Stoic path becomes clear. True presence cannot be faked. It cannot be dressed into existence. It grows from within, from years of choosing calm over chaos, dignity over desperation, principle over impulse. And when that growth matures, it radiates. People will notice, even through a photograph, even through silence, even when you least expect it. But let me strike with clarity. Do not confuse their notice with your purpose. You are not here to be seen. You are here to live well, to practice courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom. If attention comes, let it confirm your path. If it does not, walk on regardless. For as Epictetus said, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. The goal is not their perception. The goal is your virtue. As we draw this chapter to its end, let us settle on one truth. The attention you receive without asking for it is not a prize. It is a reminder. A reminder that the quiet discipline you build in solitude is visible, even when you think it is hidden. Do not chase it. Do not shrink from it. Simply continue. For in continuing, you prove that your presence is not for sale, not for show, but for life itself. And from here, another question waits. What happens when that presence becomes unsettling, when your very existence stirs confusion in others, when their actions contradict their words, when they draw close and then vanish? That, too, holds a lesson. And it is one we must face next. Entering this chapter, the silence of a crowded room reveals something sharp. A man sits across from you, laughter all around, but his eyes keep returning. Not once, not twice, but again and again, as though pulled by an invisible thread. He looks away quickly, hoping you didn't notice, but then he looks back. That glance carries weight. It lingers, and in that repetition, truth hides. Why do people return their eyes to you when they could have looked anywhere else? Because your presence demands a second reckoning. It is not satisfied in a fleeting glance. It unsettles. It calls something out of them that they cannot quite name. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When you live with discipline and clarity, that color spills into your very being. Others sense it. Even if they don't understand why, they feel the difference. Now imagine walking into a marketplace. Your clothes are plain. You say little, yet people shift when you pass. They don't always speak. Sometimes they only offer that quick look, the eyes that dart away as soon as yours catch them. To them, you are not just another passerby. You are an interruption in their noise, a signal of something steady in a world addicted to distraction. And so, they glance again, not at your garments or your style, but at the energy you carry in silence. Here's where the Stoic lesson enters. True presence is not forged by performance. It is born in the quiet hours when no one is watching. When you deny impulses, train your thoughts, and carry yourself with dignity even when no reward is promised. What people see in those repeated glances is not fashion. It is the trace of discipline, the echo of battles fought within. Seneca said, "Self-command is the greatest command of all." Those who look back at you are not admiring decoration. They are responding to command. But let's sharpen this further. Alongside the admiration often comes something darker. Criticism, envy, whispered words with no clear reason. You've seen it. A woman walks into a room and without saying a word, others bristle. They find small flaws to exaggerate. They craft stories to cut her down. They cloak their own discomfort in mockery. Why? Because her presence unsettles what is fragile in them. When you shine without effort, those who cannot find their own light may try to dim yours. This is where the Stoic must stand firm. Do not waste anger on the envious. Do not even waste sorrow. They reveal themselves more than they wound you. Epictetus reminds us, if anyone speaks ill of you, do not defend yourself, but say, he surely does not know the rest of my faults, else he would not have mentioned only these. That is strength. To accept that criticism will come and to walk through it unshaken, knowing it says more about them than about you. Imagine a scene. A woman speaks with calm in a gathering. She has not raised her voice. She has not sought attention. Yet later someone whispers that she is arrogant, too much, too confident, but look closer. Her words were simple, her demeanor quiet. What they cannot stand is not arrogance. It is the steadiness in her voice, the way she does not bow her head to please. Insecure hearts feel threatened not by loudness, but by calm strength, and so they attack shadows. Here's where you must be careful. When eyes turn twice and whispers rise, you may be tempted to shrink, to soften your stance so others feel safe, to apologize for your presence. That is the trap. The Stoic knows the worth of silence, but he does not apologize for existing. He knows the worth of humility, but he does not confuse it with hiding. You are not here to soothe the insecurities of others. You are here to live according to reason, courage, and virtue. Now imagine another moment. You are walking down a street, mind fixed on your errands, when a stranger you've never met offers you a smile. Not the forced politeness of social duty, but something raw, almost involuntary, a reflex of the body responding to your presence. This too is not about beauty or ornament. It is about energy. We sense steadiness. We sense dignity. And sometimes the only language available to acknowledge it is a smile. The Stoics would call this a ripple, not magic, not vanity, but the natural effect of inner order radiating outward. The world, restless and hungry, notices peace. It notices calm carried in posture, kindness carried in eyes, restraint carried in tone. People may not describe it with clarity, but they feel it. And in that feeling, they respond. Some with glances, some with smiles, some with envy, all of them confessing in their own way that your presence cannot be ignored. At this stage, we must return to the core. What is truly yours? Not their praise, not their criticism, not their glances, nor their smiles. What is yours is the work you have done within. The discipline you practice daily, the virtues you choose when no one is looking. Everything else, admiration, envy, curiosity, is a shadow. Do not chase shadows. Do not fear them either. Let them come, let them pass. Keep your eyes on the work. From here, the lesson sharpens into a blade. If the world notices you, let it be because of your discipline, not your decoration. If the world resents you, let it be because of your strength, not your arrogance. For the Stoic does not seek to be remembered. He seeks to live rightly, and in living rightly, he cannot help but leave an imprint, like a stone shaped by years of patient carving. Closing this reflection, remember this: the repeated glance, the whispered criticism, the sudden smile. These are not ends in themselves. They are signals that your presence carries weight, and your task is not to magnify them, but to endure them with grace. Let others glance twice. Let others whisper. Let others smile. Your work remains unchanged, to master yourself, to walk steadily, and to never let the noise of others shake the silence within. And from here, another riddle of presence unfolds. What happens when your light draws not only admiration, but temptation? When eyes linger that should not linger, when bonds already tied elsewhere waver in your direction, this too is a test, and one that demands a deeper strength. That is where we must go next. At this stage, the lesson deepens into silence itself. Picture a moment when words fall away, when no story is being told, no performance being given, and yet the air between two people thickens. You sit across from another, neither of you speaking, and the pause is not awkward, it is alive. The silence is full, not empty. That is when presence reveals its sharpest edge. Now imagine this in your own life. You walk into a gathering, conversations flowing easily, laughter spilling across the room. Yet when you join a circle, something shifts. Voices soften, the pace slows. Even silence feels different when you are there. No one rushes to fill the gap. They sit with it because your presence is enough. This is not coincidence. It is the gravity of stillness, the quiet power that does not demand but commands. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." When you have cultivated that inner stillness, others feel it. They cannot explain why, but they relax in your company, or sometimes they tremble. Silence becomes a mirror, and mirrors are hard to face. Some find comfort in it. Others find themselves exposed. Either way, it is not your doing, it is your being. I recall the story of a philosopher invited to dine with a group of statesmen. They expected him to fill the room with brilliant words. Instead, he listened. He ate in calm. He spoke little. By the end of the night, one of the statesmen admitted he felt as though he had learned more from the man's silence than from all the speeches of the evening. That is the paradox. True strength does not need to announce itself. It is felt in the spaces between words. But here lies the danger. You may underestimate this power. You may believe you need to always perform, always speak, always impress. Yet the Stoics remind us that silence itself can be a greater teacher than speech. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid, to sit in silence, to let it linger without rushing to defend yourself or to entertain, requires courage. It requires mastery over the fear of being unseen. Think of the mountain at dusk. It does not speak, it does not move. And yet its presence dominates the horizon, demanding reverence from all who stand beneath it. Silence works in the same way. When you are steady, when you no longer fear pauses, your very quiet becomes magnetic. Others will remember not what you said, but how it felt to be in your presence. And sometimes the power of silence is revealed most sharply in absence. You leave the room, and only then do others notice the weight you carried while you were there. The laughter dims, the energy cools. They realize in the emptiness that you had been anchoring the space all along. This is what it means to leave a mark not only in sound, but in the memory of stillness. Here is where the Stoic truth cuts to the bone. Your strength does not depend on endless activity. It depends on control, control of tongue, of impulse, of presence. To sit calmly while others scramble to fill the void, to remain steady while others are restless. To let silence do the speaking. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. How much life is wasted in noise, in proving, in filling space. The wise refuse that waste. They let silence stand." Now imagine the opposite, a man who cannot sit still in quiet. He fidgets, he laughs nervously, he reaches for his cup, checks his phone, forces conversation. He cannot endure silence because silence confronts him with himself. But you, when you have walked the Stoic path, learn to welcome that confrontation. You sit with yourself. You do not run. And that discipline makes your presence unbearable to the restless, irresistible to the wise. From here you must understand, silence is not emptiness, it is intensity, it is clarity, it is space filled with the echo of your steadiness. Those who are attuned to it will linger, those who are unsettled by it will flee. Both reveal something, not about you, but about themselves. Your task is not to chase either group. Your task is to remain unmoved. So let this truth sink deep. When silence with you is not awkward but profound, it is proof that you carry an inner order that needs no decoration. It is proof that you have mastered the fear of being unseen. And that mastery is what others feel, even if they never say it aloud. As we close this reflection, remember, the greatest power often comes not in what is spoken, but in what is withheld. To sit still, to endure silence, to let your presence speak without words. That is the mark of one who has conquered themselves. And from here, the final realization rises. The truest sign is not in glances or smiles, not even in silence, but in the absence that makes others ache for your return. That is where the path now turns. Presence is not only about being noticed, it is about what you choose to give. In the smallest gestures, in the quiet ways you engage, lies a power that lingers long after you've gone. As we step into this reflection, imagine a quiet evening when words have faded, laughter has softened, and yet something remains unspoken. In that stillness, a single deliberate touch carries the weight of everything left unsaid. Picture this. You are seated together after a long day. The air is warm, the lights dim. Instead of filling the silence with more words, you let your hand rest lightly against his arm, not grasping, not demanding, just being there. It is not the touch of conquest. It is the touch of presence. It says, without sound, I see you. I am here. You are safe. And sometimes that simple signal travels further than hours of speech ever could. Now, here is where many lose their way. They believe attraction is built only on dazzling words or constant effort. They chase the noise, not the silence. But the Stoics would teach us otherwise. Seneca once wrote, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality." The fear of silence drives many to overcompensate, to force what should be natural, yet in truth, it is in calm, intentional presence that connection deepens. A touch that is neither rushed nor careless, but steady and mindful, becomes a bridge. Let's move into an image. A soldier returns home after months of battle. His heart is heavy, his spirit restless. He expects speeches, grand gestures, endless explanations. Instead, when he steps through the door, his partner simply places a hand on his shoulder and lets it remain there in silence. No demand, no interrogation, just presence. That one touch disarms more than words could. It reminds him that he is not just a soldier, but a man who belongs, who is seen beyond the scars. This is the Stoic lesson in disguise. A disciplined life teaches us not to scatter ourselves in every direction, but to be where we are fully. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't waste any more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." The same applies here. Don't argue about connection. Don't calculate it endlessly. Simply embody it. A touch given with full attention is not trivial. It is action aligned with being. Here's the truth. Most overlook this. They believe subtle gestures do not matter, that attraction must always be loud, visible, undeniable, and so they miss the quiet opportunities where trust is built in the smallest of ways. The women and men who understand this, the rare ones, become unforgettable. Because they do not rely on noise to be felt. They rely on presence. At this stage, it is worth asking yourself, how often do you give without rushing? How often do you touch without demand? For in those rare moments, you are not saying, I want to own you. You are saying, I want to meet you as you are. And that difference is everything. A Stoic does not cling. A Stoic does not grasp. A Stoic extends the hand as a symbol of shared humanity, then releases. In that release lies freedom. I recall a simple story of an old craftsman who had a habit of resting his hand briefly on the backs of his apprentices when passing through his workshop. He never praised them with lavish words, nor scolded them with loud anger, but that gentle hand on the shoulder told them all they needed to know. I see your effort. Keep going. Years later, those same apprentices remembered the touch, not the speeches, because presence outlasts performance. Here's the danger you must guard against: going through the motions without soul. A touch without presence is hollow. It feels mechanical, forced, insincere. The Stoics warned us not to live half asleep, drifting through gestures without awareness. Epictetus taught, it is not things that disturb us, but our judgments about them. If your touch is just another act of calculation, it loses its essence. But if it comes from attentiveness, from being fully rooted in the moment, it becomes real. Now, imagine this in practice. You're walking together, the street busy around you. As you cross, you gently rest your hand on his arm to guide him forward, not out of need, but out of awareness. It lasts only a second, but in that second, you say, I am here with you. Or after a long conversation, when words have grown heavy, you sit close, letting silence settle, and you place your hand lightly on his back. No grand gesture, no performance, just the discipline of presence, and he will feel it, not as pressure, but as grounding. The Stoic way is never about exaggeration. It is about proportion. It is about knowing that the smallest act, when done with clarity and intention, carries more strength than grand displays done with desperation. When your hand rests calmly, when your touch is deliberate yet unforced, you show mastery, not of him, but of yourself. From here, the insight grows sharper. Never underestimate the weight of subtlety. The world is filled with noise, with people competing to be seen, to be heard, to be admired. But the soul remembers not the loudest voice, but the quietest presence. The hand that reassured without speaking, the touch that grounded without clinging, the gesture that proved calm can be stronger than chaos. And so, carry this into your own life. When you offer touch, let it come from steadiness, not from hunger. When you reach out, let it be because you are fully present, not because you seek a reaction. And when you give, let it be enough in itself. That is the Stoic way, quiet, disciplined, intentional. If this truth resonates with you, pause here. In the comments, write one word: present. Let it be your reminder that true strength lies not in noise, but in awareness. And from this ground of calm intention, we turn to another kind of connection, playful, light, and yet deeply revealing. For beyond touch, there is a dance of words and energy, a way of engaging without losing yourself. That is where the next lesson begins. Moving into this chapter, imagine a gathering where the air is light, laughter flows easily, and yet within that current lies a subtler current, the playful spark between two people. It isn't heavy, it isn't forced. It's the dance of energy that doesn't beg to be seen, but can't help but be felt. This is where the art of flirting reveals its quiet power. Picture it. You are seated across a table, listening to him speak about something he loves. Instead of nodding politely or straining to impress, you lean back with a half smile, tilt your head, and with a calm voice say, "That's the best you've got. You haven't seen what I can do." It's not arrogance, it's not need, it's play. A playful challenge that invites laughter, a spark of competition without hostility. In that moment, you are not bending yourself to win approval. You are showing that you already carry enough within yourself to enjoy the game. The Stoics would remind us, attraction is not built on desperation, but on composure. Seneca wrote, "The greatest wealth is to live content with little." In the same way, the greatest allure is to flirt without hunger, to enjoy the moment for what it is, not for what it must become. When you joke lightly, when you tease without cruelty, when you let your words dance but never claw, you reveal that you are grounded. You are not reaching for validation, you are simply living. Here's where many falter. Some overdo it, pressing too hard, drowning the moment in effort. Others hold back too much, paralyzed by fear of misstep. Both paths betray the same flaw, the need to control what should be effortless. The Stoic way is different. It says, let the moment breathe. Let presence speak more than performance. A glance held half a second longer than usual. A pause before answering. A smile that doesn't rush. These subtleties hold more weight than 1,000 words rehearsed. Now imagine a simple scene. He speaks of his favorite dish, and you reply with a smirk. Clearly you've never tasted mine. No pressure, no desperate attempt to win, just a seed planted in the soil of humor. That seed grows not because you water it with constant attention, but because you leave it to breathe. In restraint lies allure. In ease lies magnetism. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, look well into yourself. There is a source of strength which will always spring up if you will always look. This is the essence of authentic play. You do not flirt because you need his approval. You flirt because strength already springs from within you, because your joy is rooted in your own soul. The difference is vast. One approach clings, the other radiates. One seeks, the other shares. Think of a fire in the night. People gather around, drawn by its warmth. The fire does not cry out, "See me, approve me." It burns because that is its nature. Its flame is steady, and because it is steady, others are drawn. So too with you. When you flirt from steadiness, your words glow. When you flirt from insecurity, your words smoke. The first warms, the second suffocates. I once watched a woman at a dinner table surrounded by strangers. She said little at first, only smiled faintly, listened carefully. But when the time was right, she dropped a single playful comment that rippled through the group like a spark catching dry wood. Laughter followed, eyes turned to her, and yet she didn't press further. She leaned back, calm, content to let the echo linger. That restraint, that ease, that lack of need, that was what made her unforgettable. At this stage, you must see the deeper lesson. Flirting is not a weapon to conquer. It is not a trick to ensnare. It is a mirror of your composure, a reflection of your ability to enjoy without clinging, to give without bargaining, to share without losing yourself. The Stoic woman, or man, does not step into this dance to gain power, but to reveal presence. And presence alone is power enough. Here's the raw truth. Attraction built on need collapses. Attraction built on presence endures. When you tease with calm, when you smile without calculation, when you let your energy dance lightly but remain rooted, you enter the rare space where others feel both excitement and safety. Excitement because you spark play. Safety because you do not demand. This paradox is what makes the interaction magnetic. So ask yourself, when you flirt, do you do so to be validated, or do you do so because you are already full? The first drains you, the second strengthens you. Epictetus taught, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. The reaction of others lies beyond your control. The steadiness of your play, your tone, your presence, that is yours. Hold it. As this truth settles, remember, the best moments are light, the best gestures subtle, the best connections effortless. Do not chase. Do not force. Let attraction be the byproduct of presence, not the product of striving. When you can laugh freely, when you can challenge softly, when you can enjoy the dance without gripping the outcome, then you have mastered this art. And from here, the path leads us to another gesture, smaller still, but carrying profound weight. Not in words, not in banter, but in the touch of a hand across hair, a gesture that says more than sentences ever could. That is where we now turn. Advancing to the next lesson, imagine a moment when laughter has softened and words are no longer carrying the weight of the evening. The air between you shifts. It is no longer about clever remarks or playful challenges. It is about nearness, about the unspoken, about a gesture so small that most dismiss it, yet it carries a force words cannot match. I speak of a hand gently brushing through hair, a simple movement that, when done at the right time, leaves an impression that lingers far beyond the moment. Picture this scene. You are seated together, conversation flowing easily, when a strand of hair falls across his face. Without thought, without hesitation, you reach and gently sweep it aside. The world doesn't notice. No one applauds. But in that quiet second, something shifts. You are no longer two people speaking across a table. You are two souls sharing a silence filled with trust. That gesture says more than compliments, more than promises. It whispers, I see you. I am here, and I'm not afraid of closeness. The Stoics teach us that timing matters. Discipline is not only in denying impulses, but in knowing when to act and when to withhold. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." A careless hand reaching at the wrong moment feels intrusive, forced, even desperate. But a gesture aligned with presence, measured, deliberate, unhurried, becomes a language deeper than speech. It shows not desire out of control, but desire mastered. That mastery is what builds trust. Think of the warrior sharpening his blade. He does not swing wildly in eagerness. He waits, prepares, chooses the right moment to act. So too with gestures of closeness. They are not to be scattered carelessly, but delivered with clarity and restraint. That is why a hand in the hair can mean everything when the moment is right, and nothing when it is not. Here is the paradox. Though the movement is small, the message is immense. The scalp, the face, the head, these are sacred places, guarded instinctively. To touch them without resistance means trust has already been earned. A gentle stroke across hair is not about ownership, but about permission freely given. And permission is not won by force, but by presence. Now, imagine another scene. Two travelers sit by a fire after a long road. They are weary, quiet, almost too tired for words. One turns, brushes a leaf from the other's hair, and smiles faintly. Nothing more is said. But in that instant the road feels shorter, the fire warmer, the night less heavy. The gesture was not needed, but it was noticed. It was not grand, but it was unforgettable. At this stage, let us remember what Marcus Aurelius advised himself daily. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Do not argue about intimacy. Do not overthink it. Do not scheme. Simply be present enough to know when the moment calls for a touch, and disciplined enough to refrain when it does not. This balance, awareness with restraint, is the essence of Stoic intimacy. Most overlook this truth. They act too soon or not at all. They hide their hand for fear of rejection, or they reach out blindly without awareness. Both paths fail because both are ruled by fear, the fear of being too much or the fear of not enough. But the Stoic knows that fear is noise. What matters is perception, timing, clarity. The gesture given at the right moment, in the right spirit, is not about proving worth. It is about sharing presence. Here's the core. When you touch with presence, you are not grasping. You are giving. And giving without demand is the rarest form of power. It disarms. It lingers. It transforms a simple moment into memory. Seneca reminded us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Do not let imagination, your doubts, your fears, hold you back from the authenticity of the present moment, nor let desire push you into acting without care. Stand in the middle, steady and awake. So the next time closeness draws near, do not underestimate the smallest gesture. A hand through hair, a touch timed with awareness, a moment carried not by words but by calm confidence. These become the marks that endure in memory. They show that intimacy is not a performance, but a presence, not a conquest, but a communion. And from here, the path leads us to another gesture, one just as subtle, yet just as powerful. The hand placed on the back, a guiding touch, brief and deliberate, that speaks not of dominance, but of poise. A signal that presence can lead without force, that calm can guide without words. That is where the next truth unfolds. Here's where the lesson takes on a subtler shape. Imagine the two of you walking together through a crowded street, voices and footsteps all around, the noise of the world pressing in. Without words, without announcing it, your hand rests briefly on his back as you guide him forward through the tide of people. It is small, almost invisible to others, yet to him it speaks volumes. That gesture says, I am present. I walk with you, not behind you, not apart from you, but beside you. It is not about control. It is not about possession. It is about awareness of him, of the moment, of the space you both occupy. It is strength expressed in gentleness, and gentleness made powerful by intention. The Stoics would recognize this instantly, for they taught that true mastery is not loud nor forceful, but quiet and deliberate. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, do not waste time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. In the same way, do not argue about connection. Do not wait for the perfect conditions. Live it, embody it in the smallest of gestures. A hand on the back, steady and brief, becomes proof of presence. Now imagine another scene. You are entering a restaurant together. Without thinking, he moves toward the door, and with a calm step, you reach to rest your hand lightly on his back, guiding him through the threshold. He does not pause to analyze, but he feels it. That subtle weight reminds him, you are not absent, you are not passive, you are with him, engaged, aware. That calm signal lingers longer than dramatic words ever could. Here is where discipline shows its face. Many hesitate, they overthink, they wait until the moment has passed and then regret their silence. Others force it, making the gesture too heavy, too deliberate, stripping it of its natural grace. But the Stoic approach is neither hesitation nor force. It is proportion. It is poise. It is knowing that power does not come from grasping tightly, but from moving with intention and letting the act speak for itself. Think of the sailor at the helm of his ship. He does not wrench the wheel violently at every gust of wind, nor does he stand idle while the storm tosses him. He adjusts subtly, deliberately, enough to guide the ship where it must go. So too with the hand on the back. It is not dominance, not passivity, but quiet guidance. It says, I am steady, I am here, I am not lost in the crowd. Seneca once wrote, we are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more in imagination than in reality. This applies here as well. Too often people avoid such gestures out of fear, fear of being misread, fear of doing too much. Yet the truth is simple. When the act comes from composure, it cannot be misread. The body understands what words sometimes complicate. A light touch carries sincerity when it flows from steadiness. I remember watching a woman in a busy station. She walked with a man through the chaos of travelers. She didn't cling. She didn't demand. She placed her hand briefly on his back, guiding him as they slipped between the crowd. He looked over his shoulder, not surprised, but softened, calmer, as though he knew he was not moving through the storm alone. That touch was not dramatic, but it steadied the whole moment. At this stage, you must see the larger truth. These gestures are not trivial. They are not for decoration. They reveal character. A person who is grounded does not need grand displays to be felt. A single hand on the back reveals more than long speeches, that you are attentive, calm, unafraid of closeness, yet never desperate to control. It is the balance of strength and tenderness. And here lies the Stoic challenge. Can you act with this balance? Can you be deliberate without being heavy, present without being possessive, calm without being passive? This is where mastery reveals itself, not in theory, but in the quiet details of life. The Stoics sought freedom through discipline. That freedom shows itself not in the absence of gestures, but in the way gestures are carried out, with intention, with measure, with serenity. So remember, when you place your hand on his back, let it be steady but brief, confident but not overbearing. Let it say what words cannot, that you walk with awareness, that your presence is calm but undeniable. In that one moment you prove more than charm or beauty could ever prove. You show mastery of yourself, and mastery of self is always magnetic. From here, the path widens. For it is not only gestures that matter, but the way you stand beside another when the world tests him, the quiet support in small things, the calm strength when storms rise. That is where the next lesson begins. Here's where the road grows narrower, where words matter less than steadiness, where presence shows its true weight. Imagine walking with someone through an ordinary day, no grand events, no storms raging, and yet the real test is there. How do you stand when the challenges are small, when the world pricks instead of wounds? This is where the art of support reveals itself, not in dramatic rescues, but in the calm strength of the everyday. Picture a man caught in a small but sharp moment. Perhaps someone speaks rudely to him in public. Perhaps an awkward silence falls in a group. He does not falter outwardly, but the tension is real. In that instant, your reaction says everything. Do you panic, escalate, or shrink away? Or do you remain calm, steady, unshaken, offering presence without spectacle? The Stoic would tell us this. Strength is not about performing in great crises. It is about governing yourself so fully that even in small matters, You are reliable. Seneca once wrote, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." That wisdom lives here. You do not rush to fight his battles, nor do you stand frozen in fear. Instead, you pause, you observe. You lend the quiet reinforcement that steadies the moment. Sometimes that means nothing more than standing by his side, letting your presence remind him he is not alone. Sometimes it means speaking one sentence, measured, calm, that dissolves tension rather than feeding it. I recall a story of a couple traveling. At a cafe, a stranger mocked the man's accent. He stiffened, ready to react. Before the moment could spiral, the woman leaned in, touched his arm lightly and said with a small smile, "Let it pass. We've got better places to be." That was all. No drama, no scene. But the effect was deep. She showed she was with him, not by attacking, not by panicking, but by anchoring. The storm ended before it began. That is support. That is mastery. At this stage, it becomes clear. Most people think support means stepping in as savior, but men do not need saviors. They need steadiness. They need to know that when the world rattles, the person beside them will not crumble under the noise. This is the deeper lesson. Support in small things is often more valuable than heroics in grand ones, because life is made not of constant battles, but of countless small frictions, and those frictions reveal who truly carries calm within. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When you embody this truth, you show it in real time. You teach without words that your heart is anchored. You do not let insults, delays, inconveniences provoke you into weakness. And because you stand steady, he feels steady beside you. It is not about being his shield, it is about being his mirror. By reflecting calm, you remind him of his own. Think of the oak tree in a field. The wind bends the grass, scatters the leaves, rattles the flowers, but the oak holds. It does not need to boast of its strength. It simply stands. And because it stands, the birds return to it, the weary rest beneath it, the field itself feels safer in its shadow. That is what you become when you master the art of support in the small things. Not noisy, not dramatic, but undeniable. Here is the paradox. Many miss this power because they believe attraction is built on constant excitement. They seek to dazzle, to overwhelm, to prove worth. But the Stoics understood that true respect, true admiration, true intimacy grow not from noise, but from trust. And trust is built in the smallest details. In how you react when someone cuts the line. In how you carry yourself when plans fall apart. In how you remain composed when provoked. Every one of these moments teaches him something. Here is someone I can lean on. Here is someone who will not break when the world shakes. Now imagine another scene. You are with him and he forgets something small, his keys, his appointment, a detail. He expects frustration. Instead, you shrug lightly, offer a calm solution, and move forward. That single choice carries more weight than hours of praise. For in that moment, you prove you are not enslaved to irritation. You prove that your presence lightens burdens instead of multiplying them. Such steadiness is rare, and what is rare becomes unforgettable. The Stoic way is this. Let your composure be the greatest gift you give. Let your steadiness be the anchor others feel without asking for it. When you act not out of impulse, but out of choice, not out of fear, but out of discipline, you create a bond that words alone cannot secure. So hold this truth close. Support is not shown in shouting, nor in saving. It is shown in quiet strength, in the way you steady the air around you, in the way you let storms break against you without collapsing. That is what leaves a mark. That is what lingers. And from here, the lesson turns again toward another mystery, one even subtler. Not the words you speak or the steadiness you show, but the small seed you plant in his imagination, the kind that grows when you are not even there. This is where the next truth begins. Entering this stage, picture a quiet conversation that drifts into stillness. The night is calm, the words are light, and suddenly, with almost careless ease, you mention, "I had the strangest dream about you." Then you leave it there. You do not rush to explain. You let silence carry the weight. In that pause, curiosity ignites. He leans in. He wonders. He imagines. And without realizing it, you have planted a seed in his mind that will keep growing long after the moment ends. Why does such a simple phrase linger? Because it feels uncalculated. Dreams are not rehearsed. They are born in the hidden spaces of the soul. To share one, even casually, suggests that someone lives there, rent-free, without effort. And to a man, that revelation is powerful. It does not matter if the dream is trivial, half-forgotten, or ordinary. What matters is the message behind it. You occupy a place in my world, even when I am not awake. Now here lies the Stoic lesson. The philosophers often warned us against chasing what does not belong to us. Epictetus said, "If you wish to be loved, love." Notice what he meant: not to demand, not to beg, but to allow love to flow naturally without control. In the same way, this gesture is not about proving anything. It is about revealing lightly, without fear, what already is. You are not forcing him to think of you. You are showing him he already does. Imagine this scene. You are sitting across from him in a cafe, the hum of voices around you. You laugh about something small, then, almost as an afterthought, you add, "You were in my dream last night." You sip your drink and say nothing more. He asks, he presses, he wants to know. And even if you only reply with something simple, "We were just sitting somewhere, talking," the impression lingers. It was not about the content. It was about the space you admitted he held in you. This is where restraint becomes power. If you explain too much, the mystery evaporates. If you dramatize, it feels forced. But if you leave it light, unfinished, the mind takes over. And the mind is relentless. He will replay the moment in silence. He will wonder what it means. He will attach significance even where none was intended. That is the paradox. What you leave unsaid often carries more than what you say. Seneca wrote, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." This applies here in a surprising way. When you do not cling, when you do not press, when you let curiosity work on its own, you show mastery. You reveal that you do not need to hold someone by force. You allow them the freedom to think, and in that freedom, they are drawn closer. The mind cannot resist mystery. And mystery born from calm is irresistible. Think of water dripping onto stone. Each drop seems small, insignificant. But over time, it carves rivers, reshapes landscapes, transforms mountains. So too with a phrase like, "I dreamed of you." It seems light, almost nothing, but it carves its place in memory. Long after he remembers, not the details, but the feeling of being chosen in silence, of being present in a world he cannot control. I recall a woman who once told me with a smile, "You were in my dream last night." She said nothing more and the conversation moved on. But for days the thought returned to me. Why? What did it mean? Was it important? Or was it nothing at all? It didn't matter. The seed was planted. The mystery worked its way into my mind. And that was the lesson. Sometimes the simplest words outlast the most eloquent speeches. Here's the danger, though. If you wield this carelessly, it loses its edge. If you use it often, it becomes a tool of manipulation. That is not the Stoic way. The Stoic way is restraint. Use what is natural. Say what is true. Leave the rest. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Speak the truth as you see it, but kindly, modestly, without arrogance. If the dream was real, share it lightly. If it was not, do not invent one. Mystery must be rooted in authenticity, or it rots into deceit. So the real discipline is not in saying the words. It is in holding back. It is in knowing when the moment calls for it and when it does not. To reveal lightly without clinging, to suggest without demanding, to give without expecting. This is mastery. It shows that you are not grasping for control, but living in freedom. And freedom is the essence of attraction. At this stage, hold fast to the truth. Subtlety is strength. The words you drop like pebbles into a still pond ripple further than you think. Let the ripples move. Do not chase them. Do not try to direct them. Simply return to your calm, your composure, your life. The ripples will carry themselves, and from here, another truth awaits. Beyond gestures and words, beyond mystery and intrigue, lies something more visible yet equally revealing, the way you present yourself to the world. Not as vanity, but as discipline. Not as a costume, but as a mirror of your inner order. That is the next lesson. Advancing into this chapter, let us turn to the surface, not as vanity, but as reflection. Imagine waking at dawn, standing before the mirror, and seeing not just your face, but the trace of your discipline. Your appearance is not mere fabric or skin, it is the echo of how you govern yourself. A careless look whispers of neglect. A composed style, even in simplicity, speaks of order, patience, and strength. Now picture a woman walking into a room. She wears no jewels, no extravagant clothing. Yet heads turn. Not because she sought to dazzle, but because everything about her, her posture, her grooming, her calm, proclaims inner steadiness. She is not begging for notice, but the discipline she lives within spills outward, and the world cannot help but see. The Stoics spoke of this alignment often. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. What you cultivate inwardly does not remain hidden. It paints your eyes, your tone, your gait. When the inner world is governed, the outer reflects it effortlessly. This is why presence outlasts beauty. Beauty fades with years, but presence born of self-mastery only grows sharper. Think of the soldier polishing his armor before battle. The polish is not for vanity, but for respect, for his craft, his duty, his very life. In the same way, the way you carry yourself is not about impressing others, but about honoring yourself. A neat style, clean lines, an appearance shaped by care, these are signals, not of superficiality, but of responsibility. They show that you respect your own life enough to embody composure. Here is the paradox. Many think style is shallow, so they neglect it. Others obsess over it, making it everything. Both miss the mark. The Stoic path is balance, care without obsession, discipline without vanity. It is the middle road where appearance is neither God nor ghost, but servant, a reflection of the deeper work. Seneca wrote, "A good character, once established, is not easily overthrown. A good appearance built on that character does not need to scream. It speaks quietly, yet firmly." Now imagine a man meeting two strangers. One is dressed expensively, yet sloppily, his manner restless, his eyes darting. The other wears simple clothes, well kept, posture straight, eyes calm. Which one leaves the stronger impression? It is not wealth, it is not flash, it is discipline. The second man commands respect without asking. Because his style is not an act, it is the reflection of inner order. At this stage, you must see how presence works in layers. First through touch, then through words, then through silence. Now through the way you present yourself. Each layer builds upon the last. Together, they form the quiet magnetism that cannot be faked. To neglect one is to weaken the whole. Remember also, your appearance is not only for others, it is for yourself. To rise, to dress with intention, to step into the day with composure, this strengthens your own spirit. It reminds you of who you are and who you intend to be. Just as a Stoic begins the morning by training the mind, you train the body to reflect the same order. In that unity, confidence grows naturally. And do not mistake simplicity for weakness. The philosopher's robe was plain, yet it carried authority because it was worn with dignity. In the same way, your style does not need extravagance, it needs coherence, intention, and care. That is enough to transform how you move through the world. So hold this truth. To be well-groomed, to carry yourself with balance, is not vanity. It is respect for yourself, for the life you lead, for the impression you leave behind. It is discipline in visible form, and discipline, as the Stoics knew, is irresistible. From here, the circle closes. For what we have seen, gesture, presence, mystery, and style are not tricks, but reflections of self-mastery. Together, they create attraction that is not shallow, not fleeting, but enduring. And yet, the deepest secret remains that none of this is about chasing others. It is about choosing who you will be when no one is watching. That final truth is where we turn next. At this stage, the threads of presence and discipline weave into their final pattern. Imagine looking back at all the gestures, the silences, the touches, the words unsaid, and realizing that none of them were tricks. They were reflections of something deeper, the life you live when no one is watching. For in the end, attraction is not about dazzling another, but about embodying a steadiness so rare that it cannot be ignored. Picture a woman walking through the world, doubting herself. She questions her worth, compares herself to others, wonders if she is enough. Yet without knowing it, people notice her calm voice, her way of listening, the dignity in her posture. She underestimates her light, but the world does not. That is the irony. The most magnetic presence often comes from those who do not even see their own radiance. The Stoics warned us against seeking approval in the eyes of others. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own. When you dress with intention, when you speak with composure, when you remain steady in storms, you are not performing for the crowd. You are aligning yourself with reason, with virtue, with your own soul. And that alignment is felt by everyone you meet." Now imagine the opposite. A person adorned with every outward decoration but restless within. Their clothes shine, their voice demands, their gestures grasp. And yet the impression fades quickly, like perfume that lingers only for a moment. Why? Because it lacked substance. The Stoics knew appearance without virtue is fragile. It collapses under scrutiny. But presence built on discipline endures. It is not washed away by time, nor diminished by distance. Here is the paradox worth carrying. You do not need to announce your worth. You need only to live it. The way you handle silence, the way you stand when criticized, the way you move when no applause is promised, these are the true signals. They speak louder than boasts, more enduring than beauty. They show that you are not chasing attention, but walking in your own gravity. Think of the flame again. It does not beg to be noticed. It burns because that is its nature. And because it burns, it warms. Because it warms, people gather. So it is with you. When you accept your worth, when you carry yourself with quiet certainty, the world responds, even when you are unaware of it. Seneca once said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." In the same spirit, to try to please everyone is to belong nowhere. The rare presence belongs fully to herself, and that is why she is unforgettable. She does not scatter her energy seeking approval. She directs it inward, toward mastery. And mastery is always noticed. So let this final truth settle. The deepest secret is not in touch or glance or silence. It is in the life you choose to embody daily. Presence is not a costume. It is the fruit of discipline, of calm, of choices made in solitude. And when that fruit ripens, it feeds more than you know. From here, the circle closes. What began with gestures ends with essence. True attraction is not about being seen, but about shining without asking. And when you live this way, you don't just draw others in, you leave a mark that time cannot erase. But what makes you glow can also awaken shadows. Admiration can turn into envy. Presence can turn into absence. And sometimes the deepest betrayal begins long before it is named, when the body stays, but the soul has already gone. The Stoics remind us, life is not only about gaining strength, but about seeing clearly where it is being drained. And in love, the sharpest wound comes not from conflict, but from silence that eats away at trust. So now we walk into that silence, the kind that does not soothe, but gnaws. The house looks the same, the meals are served, the gestures intact. Yet across the table sits someone whose body is present, but whose soul has slipped away. His words arrive without warmth. His laughter echoes without joy. It is the quietest betrayal, one that leaves no mark on the skin, but bruises the heart. And you feel it, not because you are paranoid, but because a soul awake cannot be deceived for long. Now imagine that moment at the table. He looks at you, but his eyes no longer hold you. They glance past, unfocused, as though you are both in the same room, but not in the same world. That is the seed of infidelity, not the kiss, not the body, but the decision to abandon the bond in spirit long before the body follows. Seneca once said, "We are more often frightened than hurt, and we suffer more from imagination than from reality." Yet here, the opposite is true. What you imagine you fear is already happening quietly. The absence you dread has already begun, and your unease is not a delusion, it is clarity. A woman feels it in the small details. When his good morning feels automatic, when the question, "How was your day?" is missing, when he still expects care but no longer offers it back, and when you ask, sometimes with words, sometimes with silence, he becomes defensive. He tells you that you are exaggerating, that you are overthinking, that you are paranoid. But this is the cruelest twist. Because now your intuition, that inner compass, is treated not as wisdom, but as a flaw. This is how the erosion begins, not with grand betrayals, but with the dismissal of what you feel most deeply. The Stoics warned us about this. They taught that truth, no matter how uncomfortable, is more merciful than self-deception. To deny what you feel in your bones is to abandon yourself. And to abandon yourself for the sake of another is the greatest betrayal of all. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "If someone is mistaken, instruct them kindly and show them the truth. But if you cannot, bear with them." What he did not mean is that you must carry another's dishonesty as if it were your burden. If he chooses to live on autopilot, if his words have become empty shells, then your task is not to excuse it, but to see it for what it is. Let me paint you a picture. It's late at night. He comes home, says he is tired, distracted, stressed. He collapses into bed without asking how you are, without touching your hand, without the tenderness that once made even silence feel safe. He is there, but he is gone. You lie beside a ghost that still has a name, and though your body aches for closeness, though your mind searches for reasons to justify his absence, your soul already knows. The warmth has left. The flame has dimmed. What you feel is not paranoia, it is perception. Infidelity, as the Stoics would frame it, begins when a man ceases to choose. Fidelity is not just abstaining from others, it is daily presence, daily engagement, daily choosing of the person beside you. When he stops choosing you, when he stops listening, stops seeing, stops being curious, that is the beginning of betrayal. Not because another woman has appeared, but because he has chosen not to honor the bond that still holds you there. And here is the hardest truth. He may still hold you in public, still smile in photos, still act as though nothing has changed. But gestures without soul are like statues, beautiful perhaps, but lifeless. And you feel the hollowness even if no one else does. You laugh less, cry more. You feel lonelier in his presence than in his absence. And that, my friend, is the deepest form of abandonment, when the person who once felt like home now feels like a stranger, sleeping under the same roof. From a Stoic lens, betrayal begins in the soul. It is not a sudden weakness, but a long erosion. A man who refuses to confront his own emptiness seeks refuge elsewhere, not because he has found love, but because he has lost himself. And no woman, no matter how tender, no matter how loyal, can fill the void of a man who refuses to meet his own reflection. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters, and this is where your power lies. Not in controlling his actions, not in denying his absence, but in facing the truth and deciding what you will do with it." Picture the flower that is still watered, but no longer blooms. That is what emotional abandonment feels like. The body's there, the gestures remain, but the essence is gone, and if you continue to pour your water into soil that no longer nourishes, you will wither too. The Stoic response is not to hate, not to rage, but to see clearly. To accept that what no longer vibrates with love is no longer love. To free yourself from illusions so that you can reclaim your dignity, your peace, your truth. So let me leave you with this thought. The first betrayal is not when he touches another, but when he stops being present with you. When his words lose their soul. When his silence is not peace, but absence. And the moment you feel it, the moment your heart tightens with unease, do not dismiss it. Do not call yourself paranoid. You're not imagining. You're perceiving. And perception is the first step to freedom. From here, we step into an even clearer vision, the patterns that repeat, the signs that whisper louder than any words, the behaviors that betray themselves even when the mouth denies it. Here's where the mask begins to slip. The eyes no longer meet yours with warmth. The smile that once held life now feels rehearsed, as if spoken by an actor who no longer believes his own lines. And though the table is set, the house in order, the soul of the bond has already fled. Imagine sitting across from him, hearing the same words, the same rhythm of conversation, yet knowing something essential has vanished. His good morning lands like a stamp, not a song. His questions, when they come at all, carry no real weight. You sense you are no longer speaking to a partner, but to a shadow that has mastered routine. And shadows do not love. They simply linger. The Stoics warned us, trust not in appearances, but in essence. Seneca once said, "A sword never kills anybody. It is a tool in the killer's hand." In the same way, routine never destroys love. It only reveals the absence of it. A relationship can look intact while the spirit inside has already broken. What you feel in that moment is not paranoia, it is perception. The soul, when awake, cannot be deceived by gestures emptied of meaning. Watch closely, and you'll see the patterns. A man who once left his phone lying openly now guards it like treasure. Where once he spoke of dreams with you, now he speaks only of duties or excuses. His tone sharpens when you ask simple questions. His eyes wander when you share your day. Silence grows not as peace, but as distance. These are not random details. They are the slow unraveling of trust. I once knew a woman who told me she didn't need to see messages on a screen to know her bond was fractured. She felt it in the way her partner no longer paused to listen, in the way his embrace became a habit, not a refuge. She described it as eating bread without salt, something that once nourished, now tasteless. She doubted herself, wondered if she was imagining it, until one day the truth surfaced in plain sight. By then, her soul had already known for months. The proof was only confirmation. This is why the Stoic path matters: to see clearly, to call things by their true names, to resist the temptation of self-deception, because self-deception is the cruelest betrayal of all. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, if it is endurable, then endure it. Stop complaining. But he also warned, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. That clarity cuts both ways. If what you live no longer feels right, you must face it. And if his presence is false, then your silence in pretending becomes a prison. Notice how arguments begin to erupt without cause. He snaps at small things. He criticizes where once he encouraged. Not because you have changed, but because he needs a villain to justify his exit. In philosophy, this is called projection. The unexamined man places his burdens on another to avoid confronting his own soul. And so, while you bend yourself to keep the peace, he rewrites the story in which you are the problem. It is a cruel theater, and the stage lights burn on your spirit. But remember this: his deflections are not your truth. The Stoics taught that insults and blame cannot harm unless you accept them into your judgment. Epictetus said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." If he accuses you falsely, that speaks of his unrest, not your worth. The pain comes when you start to doubt what you already feel. That doubt is the crack where manipulation enters. Guard it. Even intimacy, once a sanctuary, becomes distorted. Either it fades into cold distance, or it erupts in sudden theatrics, passion without presence, fire without warmth. Both extremes reveal the same truth. The soul has departed, and the body is only acting its part. For there is no greater loneliness than being touched without being truly felt. At this stage, many women turn inward, asking if they are enough, if they failed, if they somehow caused the collapse. But you must hear this: you are not the cause of another's cowardice. You cannot carry both your soul and his refusal to face his own. A mature man speaks, an immature man hides. One takes responsibility, the other projects. And while his silence may sting, it is his silence, not your sentence. So how do you respond? The Stoic way is neither to cling nor to collapse. It is to see, to accept, and to choose with dignity. You do not beg for attention. You do not chase what is fleeing. You stand, you breathe, you say to yourself, if the bond is real, it will stand the light of truth. If it breaks under truth, then it was never mine to hold. And here lies the paradox. The very moment you choose clarity over illusion, you regain what was slipping away, yourself. The silence that once haunted you becomes a mirror, showing not your weakness, but your strength. His absence no longer defines your nights, because your presence returns to you. From here, the path opens. It is not about whether he stays or goes, but whether you remain true to your own soul. For the Stoics remind us, the greatest loss is not the loss of another. It is the loss of your own integrity, and that no betrayal can take from you unless you give it away. Now, let us step forward again into the deeper shadows, where manipulation grows sharper, where words twist like daggers, and where silence itself is turned against you. It is there that another lesson waits, one that demands courage to face but delivers freedom once embraced. Here's where the ground shifts beneath your feet. You no longer argue about the dishes or the plans for the weekend. You argue about reality itself. You say, I feel you're distant, and he replies, you're imagining things. You say, that hurt me, and he says, you're too dramatic. Suddenly, the battlefield is not what happened, but whether you even have the right to feel what you feel. That is the cruelest kind of silence, the silencing of your soul. Now imagine this. You're standing in a room with all the lights on, yet someone insists it's dark. You point to the lamp, the window, the sunlight pouring in, and he shakes his head, says you're exaggerating, that you always see shadows. Slowly you begin to wonder if maybe you are blind. This is how manipulation works. Not with fists, not with shouting, but with doubt planted in your chest, like a seed that grows into thorns. The Stoics warned against this trap. Epictetus taught, if someone tries to convince you that day is night, remember, it is your judgment that must not be surrendered. When you let another twist your vision, you are no longer living by reason, but by their shadow. And reason, to the Stoics, was the very soul of freedom. I once heard the story of a woman who spent years apologizing for feelings she had every right to own. Each time she spoke, he laughed it off. Each time she cried, he called her fragile. She began to swallow her words until silence became her prison. One day she woke up and realized she had become a ghost in her own house. The tragedy was not that he dismissed her. The tragedy was that she had learned to dismiss herself. Do not let this happen to you. A man who tells you that your truth is too heavy is a man not strong enough to carry his own. A partner who mocks your tears is confessing his own cowardice, not your weakness. The Stoics remind us, it is not the insult that harms, but the acceptance of it. You are harmed only when you start believing the lie that your heart is wrong for feeling. Watch how the tactics play out. He shifts blame. He compares you in whispers. She understands me better. Or, why can't you be more like her? Not to open dialogue, but to weaken you. He throws your insecurities back in your face. You've changed. You're too sensitive. You're impossible now. And slowly, you adapt. You shrink. You try harder to please. You silence your intuition in the hope of keeping the peace. But peace built on silence is not peace, it is surrender. Seneca said, to be enslaved to one's emotions is the worst form of servitude. But let me add this, to be enslaved to another's distortion of your emotions is worse still. Because then you're no longer ruled by your own storms, but by storms you never created. That is why reclaiming your voice is not only survival, It is philosophy in action. It is choosing to live according to truth, not illusion. Consider the moments when he avoids the real conversation. You say, "I feel lonely," and he smirks. You always complain. You say, "I noticed the way you spoke with her," and he sneers. "So now I can't talk to anyone." You say, "I need you to listen," and he sighs. You're impossible to please. Each time the goal is not clarity, it is evasion. And each evasion chips away at your reality until you begin to mistrust the only compass you have, your own perception. But here is the Stoic reminder. Perception, when rooted in reason and lived experience, is not madness. It is wisdom. Your soul is not paranoid, it is perceptive. If the bond is true, your concerns will be met with honesty, not dismissal. If the bond is false, your concerns will be used against you. Either way, clarity comes when you stop silencing yourself. This is why awakening is painful but holy. The moment you say, "Enough," you reclaim the ground beneath your feet. You stop arguing about whether the light is on because you can see it with your own eyes. You stop apologizing for needing clarity because clarity is the foundation of love. And you stop shrinking to fit into the small cage of his comfort because your soul was never meant to live bent. I tell you this as one who has seen it. When you reclaim your voice, the world changes. The same words you once whispered with apology, you now speak with certainty. The same tears you once hid now fall as a cleansing flood, not a shameful secret. And the same silence that once crushed you becomes a tool, your silence, chosen, powerful, untouchable. At this stage, the choice is no longer about him, it is about you. Do you continue living in a mirror he distorts, or do you step outside and face the world with unflinching eyes? Do you keep playing the role he wrote for you, or do you write your own story with ink of truth? Remember, a Stoic does not waste life in shadows. A Stoic faces reality, however bitter, because bitterness faced transforms into strength. So if you feel lost in a fog of confusion, take this as your signal. You are not lost. You are being blinded. And once you open your eyes, the fog dissolves. Then comes the hardest, yet most liberating step. To act according to what you see, not what you are told to believe. From here, the path bends again. Beyond the distortion, beyond the twisted mirrors, lies another turning point, the moment of awakening, where pain becomes clarity and clarity becomes freedom. And that is where we now step. Advancing to this chapter, we reach the place where silence finally breaks, not from his lips, but from your own heart. The moment when you stop waiting for answers, stop demanding proof, stop rehearsing the same questions that never found honest replies. Instead, you awaken. The eyes that once looked outward, begging for clarity, turn inward. And though it hurts, that hurt is clean. It is the pain of truth, not the suffocation of lies. Picture it. You sit at the same table where laughter once lived. The plates are still set, the chairs are still filled, but the warmth is gone. His gaze drifts to his phone, to the window, to anywhere but you. Once you would have asked, pleaded, searched for signs. Now you see it plainly. His body may remain, but his soul has already departed. And in that recognition, something inside you shifts. The waiting ends. The awakening begins. The Stoics called this moment freedom. Not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of seeing reality without disguise. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are pained by any external thing, it is not this thing that disturbs you, but your own judgment about it. And in this raw moment, your judgment clears. You stop saying maybe he will change. You start saying this is what is. It feels like betrayal, and it is. But it is also revelation, because beneath every betrayal is the chance to reclaim yourself, to stop abandoning your own soul in the name of keeping someone else's body near, to realize that loyalty is sacred only when it is mutual. Anything less is not devotion, it is self-abandonment. I knew a woman once who clung for years to a man already gone. She fought for the memory of him, defended him to her friends, justified every cold reply. She said, "But he is still here." Yet in her silence, she knew the truth. He was only there in flesh, not in spirit. The day she finally left, she did not cry for him. She cried for herself. For every night she had betrayed her own intuition. For every day she had dimmed her light to keep him comfortable. And then she walked out lighter than she had ever been. Here lies the turning point. Letting go, not with rage, not with vengeance, but with clarity. You do not leave because you hate him. You leave because you have remembered yourself. Because you realize that begging for attention is not love, that waiting for crumbs of tenderness is not devotion. Because you understand now, as Seneca taught, he who does not prevent a wrong when he can, commands it to be done. And staying in a love that has already ended is commanding your own suffering to continue. Letting go does not mean your heart hardens. It means your heart stops kneeling. You no longer say, "I will wait until he sees me again." You say, "I already see myself, and that is enough." You no longer whisper, "I cannot live without him." You declare, "I was living before him, and I will live after." That is not arrogance, that is dignity. And here is the paradox. When you let go, you gain more than you lose. You gain mornings without anxiety, nights without wondering, days filled with purpose, not tied to someone else's attention. You regain laughter that comes naturally, not forced. You regain the ability to trust your own eyes, your own soul, your own judgment. You begin to believe again in something greater than comfort. You begin to believe in truth. Of course, there will be days when memory stings. Days when you hear a song, pass a place, smell his scent lingering on an old jacket. The Stoic does not deny this pain. She allows it, then releases it. She does not clutch the knife of nostalgia tighter into her wound. She lets the blood dry, the scar form, and she walks. Because scars are not signs of weakness, they are proof you healed. From here, the future opens. Perhaps you will love again. Perhaps you will walk alone for a season. Either way, you will not enter that future as the woman who begged for half a love. You will walk as the woman who knows her worth, who chooses presence over absence, who chooses truth over illusion. You will walk as the woman who has seen betrayal, survived it, and transformed it into wisdom. At this stage, remember, you are not hard to love. He was too weak to love with the depth you deserved. You are not fragile. You are fierce, because you felt everything and still chose not to harden. You are not alone. Thousands walk beside you, women who once doubted themselves, who once begged, who once stayed too long, and who now rise. And so, the silence that once enslaved you becomes your liberation. No longer the silence of manipulation, but the silence of peace. The kind where you sit alone, not lonely. Where you sip your coffee in the morning, not waiting for a message, but savoring the stillness of your own company. Where you breathe deeply and know you are free. From here, the story no longer belongs to him. It belongs to you, and in that ownership lies the seed of your rebirth. Now the journey carries us into an even deeper truth. Beyond letting go of another, into learning how to face silence itself. the kind that arrives without malice, without betrayal, but still tests your strength. And that is where we go next. Moving into this chapter, we step into the silence that cuts sharper than words, the silence that comes not from peace, but from absence. You reach for your phone, nothing. You glance at the door, stillness. You wait for the message, the call, the gesture that would tell you still matter, and it does not come. This is the kind of silence that gnaws at your soul, not because it proves you are unwanted, but because you have been taught to measure love in constant noise. Now, imagine the confusion of those moments. You've been told since childhood that if he truly cared, he would always call, always write, always pursue. You've been told silence means rejection, and so, when he does not reach out, you panic. You script stories in your head. You twist every minute into evidence that you are forgotten. But the truth is deeper. His silence says less about you than about him. What it reveals is not your weakness, but your dependence. The real question is not, why is he silent? The real question is, who are you in the silence? The Stoics faced storms without complaint, prisons without despair, exile without losing their center. They knew that the only true possession is mastery of the self. Epictetus said, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus himself can overpower my will." In the same way, a man's silence may cut off words, may cut off gestures, may even cut off reassurance, but it cannot strip you of your steadiness unless you hand it over. Think of the woman who loses herself every time he vanishes, the one who refreshes her phone, who rewrites messages, who waits in agony. She is brilliant in her career, strong in her friendships, wise in her choices. And yet, in this one arena, she collapses. Why? Because she has made another's presence the measure of her worth. She has handed her peace to the absent. She has forgotten that she was whole long before he arrived. But then think of the other woman. He withdraws, he falls silent, he disappears for a day, for a week. She notices, of course, she feels the sting, but she does not crumble. She lives, she goes to her work, she meets her friends, she laughs from her belly, she creates. She does not need to chase, because she knows that love cannot be begged for, it must be given freely. And if his silence is the truth of who he is, she prefers the truth to illusion. That woman is unforgettable, not because she plays games, but because she's unshaken. Here lies the paradox. When you do not chase the silence chases you. When he returns, as he almost always does, he finds a woman who never paused her life for him. He finds someone fuller, steadier, deeper than when he left. And he realizes, often too late, that her world does not orbit around him. That is the power of Stoic presence. It is magnetic, not desperate. But let us not be naive. Sometimes silence truly does mean disinterest. Sometimes it is not a test, not a retreat, not a moment of processing. Sometimes it is a declaration, I do not care enough. The Stoic does not cover this truth with false hope. She sees it, she accepts it, and in accepting it, she frees herself. For as Marcus Aurelius wrote, if it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it. And if it is not love, do not call it love. Still, not every silence is malice. Some men are silent because they were taught to be. They grew up in a world that told them to solve their pain alone, to bury their fears, to hide their vulnerabilities. Their silence is not aimed at you, but born of their own battles. The Stoic woman may recognize this without excusing it. She may understand without tolerating it forever. Compassion is not slavery. Empathy is not self-erasure. You may see why he falls silent and still decide his silence is not the kind of life you want. At this stage, the lesson sharpens. Your worth is not proven in who writes to you, but in how you write the story of your own day. When he does not call, what do you create? When he does not reach, who do you become? When he does not speak, what does your silence say about you? Does it echo with anxiety or does it hum with peace? I have seen women transform in this silence. One began painting again after years of neglect. Another returned to school. Another built a business she had always postponed. And when he came back, when he finally wrote, they were no longer waiting girls. They were women with full lives. They did not ask, "Where were you?" They asked, "Why are you here?" That is the power of building in absence, of using silence as fuel instead of poison. From here, let this truth cut deep. You were not born to orbit another. You are your own universe. His silence does not define your story. It only reveals whether you are willing to keep giving away your center. Do not. Stay rooted, build, become, because in the end, silence is not your enemy. It is your training ground. And so we walk forward into the final revelation. The 6 real reasons behind silence, the truths often hidden beneath excuses and shadows. For once you see them clearly, you will never fear silence again. You will stand in it like a mountain, immovable, serene, alive. At this stage, the silence deepens into something that can either break you or build you. It no longer feels like a passing pause, a momentary absence. It feels like a wall, solid, cold, unmoving, and yet within that wall lies the choice that will define you, not what he does, but how you stand when he does nothing. Picture it. You sit in the quiet. The phone remains dark. The hours stretch. Your mind spins. A part of you aches to break the silence, to fill the void with words, with pleading, with explanation. But another part of you, smaller, steadier, older than time, whispers, "Wait. This silence is not your enemy. It is your teacher." That whisper is where your power begins. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." How much of your life have you wasted on waiting? Waiting for a call, waiting for a text, waiting for a man to recognize what was already before him. The silence becomes agony only when you chain your worth to his response. But when you shift the weight, when you see the quiet not as punishment but as invitation, everything changes. I once knew a woman who used to panic when silence came. 2 days without hearing from him, and she unraveled. Her friends knew the pattern, coffee cups left half drunk, pacing across the room, eyes glued to the screen. She was a force in every other part of her life, but in this one place, she was undone. Until one day, she stopped. She felt the panic rise, but instead of chasing it, she sat down, breathed, and asked, "What can I do with this silence?" That was the day she began painting again, something she had abandoned years ago. By the time he returned, she had already built something new, something no silence could ever take from her. This is the heart of Stoic strength. Not denying pain, but directing it. Not pretending the silence doesn't sting, but choosing to use that sting as fuel. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. His silence is an outside event. Your steadiness is your domain. Ask yourself, who are you when he doesn't reach out? Do you crumble into an anxious shadow of yourself? Or do you remain whole, complete, alive in your own rhythm? The answer matters more than his words, because it reveals whether you stand on borrowed ground or on your own foundation. And here is a hard truth. Sometimes silence speaks louder than any excuse. Sometimes it is not a strategy, not a retreat, not even confusion. It is disinterest. To keep fighting against that reality is to prolong your own suffering. The Stoics would say, accept. Not with bitterness, not with anger, but with clarity. If his silence is the truth, then let truth free you. Better an honest absence than a false presence. But silence is not always abandonment. There are men who withdraw not to wound, but because they were never taught how to stay. They learned to bury their struggles in solitude, to wear strength like armor, to treat vulnerability as weakness. Their silence may not be a rejection of you, but a reflection of their own battle. And here lies another Stoic lesson. You may understand without excusing. You may have compassion without surrendering your peace. To see clearly is not to tolerate endlessly. It is to choose wisely. So imagine again. He falls silent. The hours pass. You feel the ache. But instead of spiraling, you turn inward. You call a friend. You walk beneath the trees. You pour your energy into a project, a dream, a task that calls your name. You do not numb the pain, but you transform it. And by the time he returns, if he returns, you are not the same woman he left in the silence. You are fuller. You are deeper. You are sovereign. From here, the silence becomes not a void, but a forge. It burns away illusions. It tempers your strength. It teaches you the art of not chasing, the discipline of staying centered, the wisdom of holding your ground. And when you rise from it, you are no longer afraid. You see the truth without trembling. You face absence without breaking. This is where the lesson sharpens into steel. The silence of another does not command you. It reveals you, and what it reveals is your choice. To lose yourself, or to find yourself again. And so, with this strength, we turn to the deeper ground. The reasons behind this silence, the forces at play beneath the surface. For once you see them clearly, you will no longer misinterpret absence as rejection or chase shadows as if they were love. You will stand in truth, steady as the Stoics. Alive to what is, not what you wish it to be. Advancing deeper into this journey, we step into the place where silence is no longer a mystery to solve, but a mirror to face. Here, you learn that it is not about decoding every pause or absence. It is about deciding who you will be when the world grows quiet. Imagine standing in front of a closed door. You knock once. Twice. No answer. The silence behind it presses heavy, not because you don't know what it means, but because you do. This is the moment when most break, when doubt creeps in, when worth feels tethered to another's response. But the Stoic would say, the door does not define you. Your reaction does, and that is the heart of power. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. A man's silence is exactly that, external. It gains power only through the weight you give it. If you shrink, it grows. If you stand, it dissolves. This is where freedom begins, when his absence no longer dictates your presence. I once spoke with a woman who had spent months unraveling at every unread message. Her nights were long, her mornings heavy. Then one day, she did something radical. Instead of waiting, she began to write, not to him, but to herself. Every page filled with thoughts, fears, memories, and dreams. At first, it was raw, painful, but slowly, the silence that once broke her became the silence that built her. She discovered her own voice again, and when he finally reached out, she wasn't waiting by the door anymore. She had already walked into her own life. This is the transformation the Stoics pointed toward. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Silence tests that mastery. It whispers, "Will you bend? Will you beg? Will you abandon yourself?" And your answer must be steady. You do not chase, you do not crumble. You stand as one who knows her value, exists beyond any man's response. But let's speak plainly. Some silences are not games or strategies, they are indifference. And though it cuts, clarity is a gift. When someone shows you through absence that you are not their priority, believe them. Do not paint over reality with excuses. Seneca reminded us, "It is better to know the truth and prepare than to be deceived by hope." To cling to someone who has already let go is to betray yourself twice, once by him and once by you. And yet, not all silence is betrayal. Some men retreat because they have not yet learned to face their own shadows. They carry burdens they cannot voice, wounds they cannot name. Their absence may not be about you at all. But even then, the Stoic path is the same. Discern without judgment, understand without losing yourself. Compassion is noble, but endless tolerance is not. You must decide if his silence is something you can live with, or a sign that you must walk your own path. So here is the question that divides the strong from the broken. Who are you in the quiet? Do you vanish when he vanishes, or do you continue to rise? The woman who remains whole, who fills her days with purpose, who does not surrender her light to another's shadow, that woman cannot be replaced. Not because she plays hard to get, but because she is already complete. Now imagine this. He returns. They always do. But instead of finding the woman who once paced the floor, waiting for scraps of attention, he finds someone different, someone radiant, busy, alive, a woman who no longer needs to ask, "Why didn't you call?" because she is too busy living her truth. That difference shakes him, not because she punished him, but because she refused to punish herself. That is the power of stillness. That is the victory of restraint. So let the silence come. Let it test you. Let it reveal you. But never let it rule you. Because in the end, silence does not define love. Actions do. Presence does. Respect does. And if those are missing, then the absence itself is your answer. This is where the lesson sharpens. His silence is not the story. Your response is, and the story you write from this moment forward, steady, unshaken, luminous, that is the story that will remain. Now I want to hear from you. Comment below with 2 words, "I stand." Let it be your vow, your reminder, your declaration. Because when you stand in the silence without breaking, you have already won the battle most never see. And from this ground of strength, we move toward the final truth, why the woman who holds her center in silence becomes unforgettable. Not because she is untouchable, but because she is undeniable. Moving into the next threshold, the silence no longer hides. It begins to echo, not the silence of peace, but the silence that hollows out a home. You wait for words that do not come, for gestures that never arrive, and you begin to understand that absence is not just about distance, it is about erasure. It is the slow undoing of what once held meaning. Picture it. The phone that once lay carelessly on the table is now clutched like a guarded secret. Screens turn away when you enter the room. Conversations that once unfolded naturally are now cut short, defended with irritation or mockery. He hides behind fatigue, behind excuses, behind the claim that you are simply insecure. And you feel it, not because you are paranoid, but because your soul is alert. The Stoics remind us that truth speaks quietly. It does not need proof to exist. Seneca wrote, The soul is weighed down by pretense, and here that pretense is heavy, crushing, suffocating. Watch the patterns. Where openness once lived, secrecy takes root. Where laughter once flowed, now every word feels measured. He begins guarding not only his phone, but his presence. Conversations that once stretched into the night are replaced by cold nods, by vague answers that carry no weight. He withdraws into himself, not with the honesty of solitude, but with the intent to shut you out. And you, sitting there, begin doubting your very senses. That is the cruelty of this stage. You begin to think perhaps it is you who changed, you who became too suspicious, too demanding. But the truth? When a bond breaks, it does not vanish at once. It unravels thread by thread. And every new excuse, every cold look, every sudden wall of defensiveness is another thread snapping. Epictetus taught, circumstances do not make the man, they reveal him. What you are seeing is not stress, not tiredness, not harmless distraction. It is revelation. He is showing you his truth by how he hides it. Imagine sitting across from him at dinner. The food is there, the wine is poured, the conversation minimal. He reaches for his phone more than he reaches for your eyes. He stirs his drink, but not the air between you. You speak, and his replies are sharp, dismissive or worse, void of care. This is not disinterest in the moment. This is the slow exodus of his soul from the relationship. You are already being abandoned, but in silence, without closure, without confession. And that is why it cuts so deeply. There is another layer, the shifting of intimacy. Some nights he avoids you, turns away, claims exhaustion. Other nights he turns to you with an urgency that feels out of place, almost theatrical, as if to prove something, as if to silence both of you with a performance of passion that carries no true warmth. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The secret of all victory lies in the organization of the non-obvious." And here, the non-obvious is obvious. The body never lies. A hand that touches without tenderness, a kiss that feels routine, a closeness that leaves you lonelier than distance itself. These are signs no words can cover. Notice how conflict begins to multiply. Arguments rise from the smallest sparks. A forgotten chore, a glance at the clock, a question asked too softly. Suddenly you are accused of being too controlling, too suspicious, too dramatic. This is not coincidence, it is strategy. For if he paints you as the problem, he frees himself from guilt. If he calls you jealous, he excuses his secrecy. If he insists you are the one making things unbearable, he builds a wall where the truth should stand. This is not love. This is evasion. And here is the lesson the Stoics would give. Do not be deceived by noise, for noise is often the mask of fear. When he erupts over your questions, when he grows cold at your concerns, it is not proof that you are wrong. It is proof that he is cornered by his own conscience. He lashes out because he cannot face what is already true within him. Epictetus taught us to measure a man not by his words, but by his responses when pressed. And here, the responses are confessions. At this stage, he stops weaving you into his future. Where once he said, "We will," now he says, "I will." Vacations once planned together become his alone. Dreams once shared become solitary ambitions. He erases you gently at first, omitting your name from his vision, then completely, as if the future were a room you were never meant to enter. And you feel it. You feel the cold space where your place used to be. You hear it in the way he changes the subject when you ask about tomorrow. You see it in the avoidance, in the refusal to anchor you in his life. But the Stoic truth is this. His withdrawal is not a judgment on your worth. It is a reflection of his own failure to remain present. He is no longer choosing you, but that does not mean you are unworthy of being chosen. Fidelity is not measured by bodies alone, but by attention, by presence, by the act of choosing one another each day. When that stops, betrayal has already begun. So do not silence your perception. Do not dismiss the knot in your stomach or the chill in your chest. These are not weaknesses. They are warnings. They are your soul telling you what your mind resists. Remember, the Stoics did not fear truth, however harsh. They sought it, for only truth frees. Seneca reminds us, it is better to suffer the truth than to prosper in illusion. To see the absence is painful, yes, but to live in denial is to suffer twice, once from his betrayal and once from your refusal to face it. At this stage, you must decide. Will you continue to justify the unjustifiable, to wait for the return of someone who has already left in spirit? Or will you face the quiet fact that love cannot be begged, cannot be revived by denial, cannot be resurrected by endurance alone? The courage of the Stoic lies not in clinging, but in letting go. Here lies the sharpest truth. Infidelity begins long before another enters the picture. It begins when the heart ceases to be faithful, when presence is replaced by performance, when attention shifts elsewhere while the body remains. The betrayal you feel is not paranoia, it is perception, and to ignore it is to betray yourself. From here, the path darkens further. For what begins with absence soon hardens into manipulation. What starts as distance becomes distortion, and the woman who doubts her partner is slowly taught to doubt herself. And that descent is the cruelest betrayal of all. Advancing to this chapter, we step into the cruelest twist of the story, the moment when the absence of love is no longer enough, when he begins to turn your own clarity against you. What once was a quiet withdrawal now becomes a deliberate distortion. It is no longer just about him leaving emotionally. It is about making you believe you are the one unraveling. Imagine sitting across from him, your heart heavy, your intuition whispering truths you cannot yet put into words. You gather the courage to say, "I feel distance. Something feels wrong." And instead of meeting your vulnerability with honesty, he smirks, dismisses, or laughs. You're imagining things. You're too dramatic. You always make problems where there are none. That moment cuts deeper than silence. It is not merely absence, it is betrayal of another kind, the betrayal of your own mind. The Stoics warned of this trap. Epictetus taught that the greatest enslavement is not being bound by chains, but by allowing another to dictate your perception of reality. When you accept another's distortion as truth, you hand over your freedom. And here, the distortion is subtle. He may not raise his voice. He may not strike. Instead, he chips away at your sense of certainty. Every time you say, "I feel lonely," he replies, "You're always complaining." Every time you ask, "Why are you hiding your phone?" he counters, "You're paranoid." The weapon is not noise, but dismissal. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, you start questioning yourself. Perhaps I am too sensitive. Perhaps I am imagining it. Perhaps I am the one who is ruining everything. This is the erosion of your inner compass. This is how power shifts without a sound. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When his words drip into you like poison, your soul begins to absorb that dye. And unless you awaken, you will begin to wear his version of reality instead of your own. Think of a candle burning in a drafty room. The flame flickers, not because it is weak, but because the air is unsettled. That is what happens here. Your inner fire shakes under the constant gusts of dismissal, mockery, avoidance. And yet, the Stoics remind us the flame is not gone. It is only threatened. Your task is not to prove yourself to him. Your task is to shield the flame and let it burn steady again. There are stories of women who endured this slow erosion for years. One tells of how she stopped speaking her truth because every word was turned into a weapon against her. She learned to stay silent, to smile when broken, to shrink so as not to provoke. Until one day she no longer recognized herself in the mirror. That silence was not peace, it was surrender. And surrender to distortion is the slowest kind of death. But here lies the Stoics' wisdom. No one can make you doubt yourself unless you consent. Doubt may be planted, but only you decide whether to water it. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." And here, the suffering multiplies because you begin to imagine that you are the cause of everything, that your worth is measured by his twisted words. Yet reality is different. Reality is simple. Love that dismisses you is not love. Connection that silences you is not connection. Notice how the tactics repeat. Comparison slips in. Suddenly, he mentions how other women are easier to talk to, how they don't nag, how they understand him better. Not to build honesty, but to cut you down. It is a sword disguised as confession. You start questioning your every gesture, your every word, trying to be enough for a man who has already chosen to belittle you. And in that desperate striving, you lose what makes you radiant, your authenticity. But the Stoics call you back. Epictetus warned, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit. Do not be complicit in your own diminishment. Do not hand over your power to the one who thrives on your silence, for what he wants is control, not love. And control has nothing to do with fidelity. Control is possession, the opposite of freedom. At this stage, the greatest act of resistance is not anger, it is clarity. To look at the situation and say, no, this is not me being irrational. This is me feeling what is real. That clarity is rebellion. That clarity is liberation. For when you reclaim your perception, you reclaim your life. Now imagine the shift. The same woman who once sat in doubt now sits in certainty. She hears the same dismissive words, "You're overreacting, you're impossible," but this time they no longer penetrate. She sees them for what they are, shields he hides behind, excuses he clings to, and she, calm and unwavering, chooses not to carry them. That is Stoic power. Quiet, steady, immovable, and here lies the heart of this chapter. Your feelings are not flaws, they are signals. Your questions are not attacks, they are evidence of your care. And if someone turns your care into a weapon, that reveals their weakness, not yours. At this point you face a choice. Continue to bend until you break, or straighten your spine and reclaim your voice. A Stoic does not beg to be heard. She speaks when truth demands it, and when truth is denied, she walks away with dignity intact. So let the distortion fall away. Let the accusations dissolve into air. Let his words be nothing more than noise in the distance. And remember, silence does not always mean peace, and noise does not always mean truth. Trust the whisper within. For the whisper of your own soul is worth more than the shouting of another's fear. From here, the journey nears its sharpest edge. For when manipulation fails to silence you, when distortion no longer binds you, there is one more awakening waiting, one that cuts deeper but also sets you free. This is where illusion ends and rebirth begins. Entering the final stretch of this journey, we arrive at the quietest but most liberating truth. The end is not in his silence, nor in his betrayal. It is in your awakening. What wounds you is not his absence alone. It is the way you kept waiting for presence in a place where it had long vanished. Picture this. The table is still set, the routines still followed, the same greetings exchanged. But inside, the bond is gone. You've watered a plant that no longer blooms. You've stood in front of a door that hasn't opened in years. There comes a day when your soul refuses to keep knocking. That day, though painful, is sacred. It is the day you reclaim yourself. The Stoics always reminded us, pain is not chosen, but endurance of pain without purpose is. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." And here lies the turning point. The betrayal may have been his, but the decision to keep living in its shadow, that part becomes yours if you do not rise. So you rise, not in anger, not in vengeance, but in clarity. You look at the relationship as it is, not as it once was, not as you wished it could be. That honesty cuts deeper than any sword, but it also sets you free. Because truth, even when it burns, is lighter to carry than illusion. I once knew a woman who stayed for years in a love that had already ended. She smiled at family dinners, laughed at friends' jokes, nodded at his stories. But inside, she was ash. Every night she wondered if she was imagining it, if maybe tomorrow he would turn back into the man he once was. Tomorrow never came. What came instead was the slow hollowing of her spirit. Until one morning, without warning, she woke up with a single thought. No more. And that whisper was enough. That whisper was freedom dressed in its first fragile form. This is what the Stoics meant when they spoke of mastery. Not mastery over another, but over yourself. You cannot make someone stay. You cannot force someone to feel, but you can decide where your steps will go, what weight you will continue to carry, and which chains you will set down. Letting go is not hatred. It is not revenge. It is not even bitterness. Letting go is simply telling the truth. I see this for what it is. I refuse to live in a story that has already ended. That kind of courage turns pain into transformation. It takes the ashes of what was and uses them to draw the first line of a new beginning. And yes, there will be nights when nostalgia grips you. There will be mornings when you almost reach for the phone, when the memory of his laughter tempts you to believe again. But the Stoics remind us what belongs to you will stay. What leaves was never yours to cling to. To love is noble, but to love without clarity is slavery. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." Apply this to the heart. You are not poor because he left. You become poor only when you crave his presence at the cost of your own dignity. True richness is to stand alone and still feel whole. Now, imagine walking away. Not in a storm, not with shouted words or slammed doors, but in silence. That silence is not emptiness, it is strength. It is the kind of silence that builds empires inside you. For in that silence, you rediscover yourself, the woman you were before you forgot. The woman who no longer begs to be chosen because she has already chosen herself. And here is the paradox. The very thing you feared, the end, becomes the thing that saves you. The departure that shattered you becomes the doorway to your rebirth. His betrayal becomes the soil from which your resilience grows. His absence becomes the space in which your soul finally breathes. At this stage, your story shifts. You are no longer the one waiting. You are the one walking. No longer the one doubting. You are the one discerning. No longer the one clinging. You are the one letting go with grace. And in that act, you become untouchable, because nothing binds more fiercely than illusion, and nothing frees more completely than truth. So, if you are standing at the edge of this realization, hear me clearly. You are not broken. You are being remade. You are not unloved. You are being redirected to a love that begins within and expands outward. You are not abandoned. You are being returned to yourself. The final mark of wisdom is this: to stop asking why he left, and to start asking what you will build now that he is gone. For in that question lies your freedom. In that question lies your future. The betrayal was his, but the awakening is yours, and no one, not even the memory of him, can take that away. What began as a lesson in loss now bends toward rebirth. You've seen how absence can wound, how silence can fracture, how betrayal often begins long before it's confessed. But the Stoics never stopped at exposing pain. They turned pain into a teacher, a beginning, a discipline. From here, the path shifts. It no longer speaks of what was taken from you, but of what you can now give with intention. The quiet strength that steadies a man's heart. The gestures so subtle they pass unnoticed by most, yet carry the weight of an entire philosophy. Now imagine this moment. The room is quiet, the candles dim, the air thick with unspoken tension. Two people sit together, words already exchanged, laughter already softened, yet something deeper waits to be touched, not with speech, but with presence. And in that stillness, what lingers is not another joke or story, but the silent question every heart longs for. Will you see me, not just hear me? Now imagine this: your hand, steady and unhurried, resting on his shoulder, moving with the calmness of someone fully present. Not rushed, not mechanical. A simple gesture, a touch that says, "I see you." It seems small. To the untrained eye, it may even look ordinary, but in truth, it carries the weight of something timeless. Because what most overlook is that connection is not built only by words. It is felt in the subtle language of touch, in the way presence radiates through the body. The Stoics taught us that action reveals character more than speech. Marcus Aurelius once reminded himself, "Waste no more time talking about what a good person should be. Be one." In love, the same truth applies. Waste no time talking about how deeply you care. Show it, quietly, through a gesture that cannot be faked. A hand on his arm when his voice falters. A gentle brush across his back when he carries the weight of the day. These are not tricks. They are signs of attentiveness, born not from strategy, but from presence. Think about it. How many times have you spoken words of affection and felt them dissolve into thin air? Words can be rehearsed. Words can be hollow, but touch, true, intentional touch, cuts past the mind and speaks directly to the soul. Even warriors knew this. Before battle, comrades would grip forearms, not for show, but for assurance. A reminder, you are not alone. And in the same way, when you lay your hand on someone you love, you anchor him to the moment. You remind him without lecture, without demand, that he is seen, valued, and safe. Let me share a scene. A woman once told me of a man she cared for who always came home tense, burdened by the day. Conversation never eased him, jokes never broke through. But one evening, without planning it, she stood behind him and pressed her palms gently into his shoulders. No words, no demands, just presence. For the first time in months, he sighed, not out of fatigue, but relief. That was the moment he opened, not because she convinced him, but because she met him where words could not reach. Do not underestimate this. For many men, the world is a battlefield. Their armor is silence. Their shield is composure. They rarely put it down. But when a woman brings presence through simple touch, that armor softens, not out of weakness, but out of trust. And trust is the soil in which real connection grows. The danger, however, lies in doing it without intention. A hurried pat, a distracted gesture, touch given while the mind is elsewhere, it means nothing. The Stoics warned us against half measures. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." The same with intimacy. It is not that gestures are powerless, but that we waste them when we do them without soul. Every touch should be deliberate, a reminder that you are present here and now. So ask yourself, when was the last time you touched not with your hands, but with your whole being? When was the last time you let silence carry weight instead of filling it with words? Presence, after all, is not measured in minutes or messages. It is measured in the depth of a single gesture that says more than an hour of conversation ever could. And this is the paradox. What seems so small, the stroke of a hand, the quiet pressure of fingers on his back, can open a door that endless explanations cannot. Because while words appeal to the mind, presence appeals to the soul, and the soul remembers. Long after the conversation is forgotten, long after the words fade, the body recalls who made it feel safe, who made it feel seen. At this stage, you must realize that such gestures are not about control, they are not about strategy, they are not about securing love, they are about embodying the calm strength the Stoics spoke of, the strength that needs no recognition because it is whole within itself. When you offer presence in this way, you rise above insecurity. You stop asking, "Does he notice me?" Instead, you live the answer, "I notice him," and that is enough. This is where the hidden power lies, not in doing more, not in forcing connection, but in the stillness of being, in the courage to show affection without demand, in the discipline to let your actions, not your anxieties, speak. That is the mark of someone who knows herself, who walks with composure, who carries love not as a weapon, but as a quiet flame. And from here, the journey deepens. Because if touch reveals presence, then play reveals spirit. If grounding him with stillness matters, so does lifting him with lightness. Now we turn to another art, how the simple dance of playfulness, when guided by confidence, can spark a fire words alone never could. Moving into the next chapter, imagine the spark that rises when playfulness enters the room, not forced, not exaggerated, but woven into the flow of presence itself. A small tease, a glance that lingers half a beat too long, a smile that says more than words ever could. In that lightness, something deeper is tested, the strength to remain grounded while stirring curiosity. Think of it like a dance. He takes a step forward, you lean back slightly, not in rejection, but in rhythm. He speaks with confidence, and you meet him not with flattery, but with a playful challenge that keeps the exchange alive. Really, that's the best you've got. A single sentence, said with warmth, can spark more than an hour of rehearsed compliments. For what is attractive is not desperation, it is ease. It is the freedom of one who does not need approval to enjoy the moment. Seneca once reminded us, The greatest wealth is to live content with little. Apply this not to possessions, but to presence. The woman who flirts from contentment, who does not beg for a reaction but enjoys the exchange itself, holds the upper hand without seeking it. Her joy is not dependent on how he answers. Her calm is not shaken if he misses the cue. She remains whole, and that wholeness is magnetic. Picture a cafe. He leans across the table, eager to impress, spilling words quickly, as if each one were a stone cast to test the water. You sit back, smile gently, and let silence breathe between his sentences. Instead of rushing to fill the air, you give him space to reveal himself. Then, at the perfect moment, you tilt your head and say, "So, is this how you win every debate?" The tease disarms him, the smile anchors him, and in that small gesture you reveal your steadiness. Here lies the lesson. True charm is not in excess, it's in restraint. Too much effort reeks of need, too little feels like indifference. The balance, like all things Stoic, is found in self-mastery. Epictetus taught, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. If you wish to be radiant, then flirt as one who already knows her worth. No need to demand proof from another." I recall a woman who carried this truth with her wherever she went. Men circled her, curious, intrigued, but she never lost herself in the storm. At a dinner, a man praised her relentlessly, piling compliment upon compliment. She laughed softly and replied, "Careful, if you keep going, I might start believing you." It was not cold, not dismissive, but playful, strong, alive. In that moment, she showed what all Stoic wisdom aims to teach, that control lies not in the world, but in your response to it. When you embrace this, your presence sharpens. You do not enter a conversation to prove yourself. You do not flirt to gain validation. You flirt because you are already radiant, and your words are simply extensions of that inner light. And when you play without fear, when you tease without malice, when you smile without need, you create the kind of energy no man forgets. So, when the silence stretches between you and another, do not panic. Let it breathe. When he stumbles in his words, do not rush to rescue him. Let him stumble. And when he seeks to impress, meet him not with awe, but with the calm curiosity of someone who is already enough. This balance, the dance between lightness and gravity, is the core of real attraction. Because here is the truth. The one who seeks desperately to be desired loses her center. The one who enjoys the moment, even if it ends tomorrow, remains unshaken. And that steadiness, paired with a playful spark, is irresistible. From here, the path deepens even further. Beyond words and laughter, there are gestures so quiet, so rare, that they pierce deeper than speech ever could. The brush of a hand through hair, the smallest touch that carries a world of meaning. That is where we turn next. Advancing to the next reflection, picture a quiet evening where the noise of the day has faded, and what remains is only the presence of two people. Words have already been spoken, laughter has already been shared. Yet in the stillness, something deeper stirs, an unspoken closeness waiting to reveal itself. And then, with a single gentle movement, a hand brushes through his hair. Simple, unrehearsed. But in that moment, everything changes. Why does such a small gesture carry so much weight? Because the human spirit is wired to recognize authenticity. The body knows when touch is careless and when it is intentional. A hand through the hair is not decoration, it is presence expressed without words. And presence, the Stoics remind us, is the foundation of all true connection. Seneca once wrote, Light griefs are loquacious, but the great ones are dumb. In the same way, shallow gestures are loud, but the profound ones whisper. Imagine a woman at a cafe with someone she cares for. The conversation is flowing, but suddenly the air thickens into silence. Instead of forcing another sentence, she leans forward, brushes a loose strand of hair away from his forehead, and lets her hand rest for a second longer than necessary. She doesn't need to explain. She doesn't need to fill the air with words. That touch says, "I see you. I am here. You matter." And long after the words are forgotten, that moment remains carved in memory. But here lies the danger. Many rush into such gestures without awareness, thinking that touch alone can force intimacy. It cannot. A hand placed without presence feels mechanical. A gesture given too soon feels invasive. The Stoics would call this a lack of temperance, acting from impulse rather than reason. To master this art, you must first master yourself. Wait until the moment calls for it. Let the gesture emerge from stillness, not from desperation. Epictetus taught, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Apply this here. No woman leaves a lasting impression if her actions are ruled by need. But when touch flows from calm, when it springs not from fear, but from clarity, it becomes irresistible. I once knew a woman who embodied this principle without ever studying philosophy. She was not the loudest in the room, nor the one trying hardest to impress. But in the middle of an ordinary conversation, she would reach out, tuck a strand of hair behind someone's ear, and smile as though she had revealed nothing at all. That single gesture, subtle and unforced, made more impact than hours of chatter. It was not just the touch, it was the calm in her eyes, the stillness in her spirit, the presence that told you she was fully there. And that is the heart of this teaching. A gesture becomes powerful not by itself, but by the presence that carries it. When you brush his hair aside, when you let your fingers linger for half a breath, you're not trying to seize control. You are practicing the Stoic art of presence, anchoring yourself in the moment, neither rushing nor clinging, neither demanding nor withholding. Think of it this way. The world is loud. Everyone is shouting, performing, proving themselves. But in the midst of that noise, the woman who is deliberate, subtle, present, she becomes unforgettable. Her gestures are not fireworks, but quiet flames that continue to burn long after she has left the room. So the next time you are with someone and the air feels charged with unspoken meaning, do not panic. Do not rush to fill it with words. Simply observe. And when the moment is right, let your presence speak through the smallest gesture, a brush of hair, a quiet smile, a pause that lingers. That is not manipulation. That is mastery. Because in the end, what leaves the deepest impression is not noise, not performance, not effort. It is presence expressed with restraint. It is the quiet discipline to act only when the moment calls for it. It is the calm confidence to let silence speak and to let a single touch carry the weight of everything left unsaid. From here, we move toward another gesture, one even more subtle, yet no less powerful, the hand that steadies, the touch that guides, the silent assurance that speaks of strength without words. That is where we turn next. Let's step into this moment with open eyes. Picture a crowded street, people moving in every direction, the noise of conversations blending into a restless hum. Amid the chaos, two figures walk side by side, and then it happens. Your hand rests briefly on his back, guiding him forward. Simple, almost invisible. Yet that small touch carries a power greater than any speech. Why? Because it says without words, I am here. I see you. I move with you. That hand on his back isn't about possession. It's about presence. It's about anchoring yourself so firmly in the moment that even the smallest gesture carries the weight of assurance. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one." This is what such a gesture embodies. You don't need to declare your strength, your awareness, or your calm. You show it in how you move, in how you guide, in how you steady the space around you without noise. Now imagine the opposite. A woman hesitates, second guesses, fumbles with her steps. Her presence feels shaky, her touch either forced or absent. The moment loses its rhythm. The man feels it, though he may not know how to name it. What was meant to be reassurance becomes awkwardness, because the gesture without presence behind it is empty. I recall once watching a couple entering a restaurant. The man walked ahead, distracted by his phone. The woman, instead of shrinking, placed her hand lightly on his back as she passed, took the door in stride, and let him follow her lead. It was not dominance, it was grace. The kind of grace born not from needing to impress, but from being grounded in herself. That one subtle act shifted the entire rhythm of their presence together. He looked up from his phone, suddenly attentive, reminded without words that he was not walking alone. The Stoics would call this composure, the art of being undisturbed and deliberate, even in the smallest things. Epictetus taught, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." That hand on the back is exactly that, not a performance, but a choice. You decide to embody steadiness, and then you act. The power is not in the gesture, it is in the clarity behind it. Consider what happens in a crowd. The world is pushing, pulling, rushing. Most are reactive, swept along by noise and movement. But the one who moves with calm intention changes the entire atmosphere. A gentle touch through chaos says more than a dozen reassurances. It says, "I am not lost in this storm, and neither are you." This is not about trying to control him. It is about showing through your presence that you are already in control of yourself. And that is magnetic. Because in a world of people desperate for attention, the rare one who moves with ease, who speaks more in silence than others do in speeches, that is the one remembered. Here is the paradox. The hand on his back is small, but its meaning is vast. It carries discipline, it carries awareness, it carries the calm confidence of someone who doesn't scramble for proof of worth. You already know who you are. The gesture simply reveals it. So ask yourself, when you reach out, do you move from fear or from clarity? Do you touch to demand reassurance, or do you touch to give it? That difference is everything. The first drains presence. The second radiates it. And when you master this balance, you discover something profound. Attraction is not about how loudly you declare yourself. It is about how deeply your silence speaks. It is about whether you can carry yourself in such a way that even the briefest gesture becomes unforgettable. At this stage, the lesson is clear. Subtlety is not weakness. Presence is not loud. Confidence doesn't shout. It steadies. It moves with intention. And the one who learns to embody this will never be forgotten. From here, the path leads us toward another form of strength. Not in guiding through touch, but in standing as a quiet pillar of support. The kind that doesn't rescue, but steadies, that doesn't shout, but proves its worth in small, consistent ways. That is where we turn next. Advancing to this stage, imagine a table where two people sit. The plates are full, the candles burn, the conversation flows. But beneath the surface, what leaves the greatest mark is not the meal or the laughter. It is the quiet certainty that if the storm came, one would not leave the other alone at the table. That certainty is rare, and it is priceless. Support does not roar, it does not parade itself for applause. True support is often silent, woven into the fabric of ordinary days. It appears not only in dramatic rescues but in the smallest acts. How you respond when someone dismisses him, how you stand steady when others push, how you notice when his spirit falters without needing him to say a word. Seneca once wrote, "One of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood." Though he spoke of friends, the truth applies to love as well. To be with someone who does not flinch under pressure, who does not scatter when the air turns heavy, is to stand on sacred ground. I remember watching a woman in a crowded room. A careless remark was thrown at the man beside her, sharp enough to cut. He stiffened, caught between responding and retreating. Before he could decide, she simply placed her hand lightly on his arm and looked at the offender with calm, unshaken eyes. No raised voice, no spectacle, just presence. The moment passed. But for him it did not pass unnoticed. He would remember forever that he was not left standing alone. This is the essence of what the Stoics called constancy, the discipline of remaining unshaken when others collapse into noise. Epictetus taught, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." And this is where many falter. They mistake support for control or for sacrifice, so total it erases the self. But real support is neither. It is steadiness. It is the strength of knowing you can carry yourself, and therefore you can stand beside another without being consumed. Picture a river in flood. Some rush to block it with fragile walls of sand, panicking at every surge. Others are swept away, powerless in the current. But the one who remains steady on the bank, calm, aware, prepared, that is the one who offers true safety. That is the presence a man feels when he knows you will not crumble at the first wave. And here lies the paradox. The very act of not trying to rescue him, of not overcompensating, becomes the greatest rescue of all. For in a world that often demands performance, the one who can stand silently, who can breathe evenly when others are gasping, that one becomes unforgettable. So ask yourself, when the test comes, do you panic? Do you dramatize? Do you demand? Or do you ground yourself, breathe, and become a pillar no storm can topple? Because this is what separates fleeting companionship from lasting connection. Not grand sacrifices, not endless words, but the calm certainty of presence. To be with someone who can walk through fire without setting the house ablaze is to know peace. And here is the unshakable truth. A woman who embodies this doesn't just support a man, she elevates him. Not by carrying his burdens, but by reminding him that he is not alone, that he can face his own trials because someone steady walks beside him. That strength lingers. It shapes him. It roots him. At this stage, you see the wisdom clearly. Support is not about losing yourself in another. It is about mastering yourself so fully that your steadiness becomes a gift. And when you offer that gift, it transforms the air around you. From here, we move deeper. Beyond the quiet art of support lies another secret, one that doesn't come in words or even actions, but in the unspoken echoes of the heart. The kind of presence that lingers even in dreams, shaping how you are remembered long after the night has passed. That is where we turn next. At this stage, picture the stillness after a long day. The world outside has quieted, the lights are dim, and for a moment there is nothing demanding your attention. In that silence, you realize something profound. the way you carry yourself, the discipline you bring to your appearance, your presence, your style, it all speaks before you ever open your mouth. This is not vanity. It is respect. Respect for yourself, respect for life, respect for those who share your space. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. What you choose each day, the details you tend to, the habits you build, all of them tint the canvas of your being. When you neglect yourself, the world sees it. When you show care, discipline and presence, the world feels it." Think of the woman who enters a room not with extravagance, but with composure. Her clothes are simple, yet deliberate. Her movements are unhurried, yet assured. She does not scream for attention, yet eyes are drawn to her. Why? Because order is magnetic. It tells the world, this person governs herself. And a person who governs herself can be trusted to face the storms of life. Now imagine the opposite. The one who dismisses appearance, who walks in scattered, careless, chaotic. The signal is clear. It says, if she cannot care for herself, how can she hold space for anyone else? It's not about chasing trends or painting on masks. It's about mastery, about taking something as simple as grooming, posture, style, and turning it into an expression of inner order. A story comes to mind of a leader in ancient times. He wasn't known for wealth or ornament, but for the way he prepared himself daily. Even in the midst of war, he would polish his armor, clean his blade, tend to his presence. Why? Not for vanity, but to remind himself and his men. Discipline in the small things creates strength for the great trials. The same truth applies now. How you show up in the world is training for how you'll endure the heavier battles. Seneca reminded us, if a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable. The way you present yourself is like the flag on your ship. It shows the direction of your soul. A careless appearance reveals a drifting spirit. A well-kept presence reflects purpose, steadiness, and a sense of destiny. And here's the deeper point. Your presence is not only for others, it is for you. When you stand in front of the mirror and see order instead of neglect, you feel different, you walk different, you speak different, you command a different energy. And that energy is what lingers in the memory of others long after they've forgotten the details of what you wore. But there is a warning. If you chase beauty only for approval, it enslaves you. You become dependent on compliments, addicted to validation. That is not Stoic strength. True discipline is caring for your presence without needing applause. It is choosing order because it honors who you are, not because it impresses who is watching. So let me ask you, how do you show up each day? Do you drift into the world, hoping to be seen? Or do you walk out as one who already carries clarity within? The answer to that question determines more than attraction. It defines respect. It defines trust. It defines the silent power that follows you wherever you go. And remember this, elegance is not bought, it is built. Built in the way you choose simplicity over excess. Built in the way you keep yourself steady in details others overlook. Built in the way you let your discipline color every gesture, every glance, every step. This is not about perfection. It is about presence. And presence, once cultivated, cannot be faked or taken away. From here, the path deepens even further. For style and order are visible, yes, but beyond what the eye can see lies an even greater force. The inner world you nurture when no one is watching, the life you build when silence surrounds you, that is where the truest attraction begins, and that is where we turn next. Every journey brings us back to one truth. Your worth is not measured by how others treat you, but by how you choose to carry yourself when tested. You were not born to be an option. You were born to stand as your own priority. You were not made to chase after scraps of affection. You were made to shine with such quiet confidence that love, respect, and loyalty are drawn to you naturally. If these insights spoke to your heart, let them remind you that your power is never in someone else's silence or attention. It rests in your own hands, in how you decide to respond, in how you decide to live. Take that power back and use it with wisdom. I would love to hear from you. Drop a simple comment below with the words, "Stay strong," so we know this message found you at the right time. And if you want to keep building this kind of clarity and strength with me, take a moment to subscribe. Each new lesson will be another step toward the life you deserve. Keep walking forward with courage. The next video will open another door to timeless wisdom and show you how much more is waiting once you refuse to settle for less. Your story